Добрый день, дорогие друзья! Мы рады приветствовать вас на Гайдаровском форуме. 2020 год перевернул мир, и многие заговорили о том, что он перевернет и пространственное развитие России. На месте, например, вершин экономических и социальных появятся низины и наоборот. То есть даже такие разговоры были. Как дела обстоят на самом деле? Мы поговорим на этой площадке, которая посвящена влиянию пандемии на экономическое и пространственное и городское развитие России. В нашей дискуссии участвуют Наталья Зубаревич, профессор Московского государственного университета имени Ломоносова, главный научный сотрудник Института социального анализа и прогнозирования РАНФИКС. Добрый день, Наталья Васильевна. Трунова Наталья Александровна, вице-президент Центра стратегических разработок, руководитель проектной мастерской кафедры имени Глазычева, РАНФИКС. Добрый день, Наталья Александровна. Рада вас тоже видеть. И модерирую дискуссию я, Андрей Максимов, директор Центра территориальных изменений и городского развития Института прикладных экономических исследований РАНФИКС. Дорогие друзья, прежде чем мы начнем нашу дискуссию, нам хотелось бы узнать ваше мнение о таком вопросе, как влияние пандемии на экономическое развитие территории. Мы предлагаем вам в течение 3 минут проголосовать. Увеличится ли, усилится ли экономическое и социальное неравенство территорий? Варианты ответа: выиграют крупнейшие агломерации, выиграют добывающие экспортно ориентированные регионы, выиграют малые города и сельская местность, выиграют пригороды. Ну или другой вариант ответа: либо вы затрудняетесь ответить, вы можете проголосовать в течение 3 минут. Ну а пока вы голосуете, мы уже открываем дискуссию. В 2020 году первое, о чем начали говорить исследователи в части пространственного развития после начала пандемии, о том, собственно, как пространственное развитие влияет на эпидемиологическую ситуацию. И из этого, наверное, пытались сделать вывод первоначально о том, собственно, как нам адаптировать среду городов, других населенных пунктов, региональную политику к новым условиям жизни, в которых мы оказались, на короткий или на долгосрочный период. Наверное, прежде всего пытались связать распространение коронавируса с плотностью населения и плотностью расселения. Но вот тот анализ, который многими исследователями был проведен в 2020 году, показал, что линейной связи здесь все-таки нет. Да, города крупные или города, включенные в международную систему связи, первыми принимают на себя удар пандемии, первыми приняли на себя удар пандемии, поскольку в них, собственно, степень контакта с внешним миром была выше, распространение шло по центр-периферийной модели чаще всего. Ну а дальше ситуация оказалась разнообразной. В расчете, например, на 100 тысяч населения и количество заболевших в крупных городах иногда спорило с количеством заболевших в некоторых малых городах или населенных пунктах. Появилась такая категория, такая гипотеза о том, что распространение пандемии связано не с плотностью населения или расселения, а с плотностью контакта. Exposure density. В англоязычной литературе такую версию предложил Вендел Кокс. Так вот, убедительных на самом деле доказательств того, каким образом эта система контактов работает и как она влияет, тем не менее представлено тоже не было. Далее были попытки проанализировать самые разные факторы, которые на распространение пандемии влияют. Так или иначе рассматривалось вид транспорта, которым пользуются жители тех или иных территорий, транспортная доступность или связанность, виды транспорта, достаток, образование жителей. И вот опять-таки какого-то четкого понимания, от чего пандемия зависит, как пространственное развитие влияет на нее, достигнуто не было. Ну да, есть какие-то понятные вещи о том, что, например, не плотность, а теснота, скученность в вахтовых поселках, в домах престарелых, например, или в городских трущобах, она, конечно, на распространение пандемии влияет положительно, то есть усиливает это распространение. Но в остальном влияние разнообразно. Например, Институт экономики города посмотрел связи в Москве, обнаружил, что есть, например, корреляция с использованием личных автомобилей, где в большей степени они используются, там распространяется коронавирус медленнее или меньше. Где больше используется общественный транспорт, то там, собственно, корреляция положительная. Ну вот, например, анализ, который проводился в Нью-Йорке Советом по городскому планированию и застройке, показал прямо противоположные результаты. В отдаленных районах Нью-Йорка распространение коронавирусной инфекции было больше, там, где больше используют в том числе и личные автомобили, а в центре меньше. Вывод. Мы пока, к сожалению, так и не понимаем, как пространственное развитие влияет на распространение коронавируса. И попытки вот на этой основе построить как-то адаптацию территориального развития пока не работают. И это предмет большой дискуссии, которая, наверное, нам сегодня в том числе предстоит. Но очевидно, что экономический фактор здесь будет играть очень существенную роль. И вот теперь мы можем посмотреть результаты того голосования, которое прошла наша аудитория. Дорогие друзья, вот мы видим на экране. Итак, самый распространенный ответ состоит в том, что крупнейшие городские агломерации еще усилят преимущество в развитии. Второй ответ состоит, это 45%. Вот Наталья Васильевна уже улыбается, хотя понимает, что абсолютно правильного варианта ответа здесь нет, но вот этот фактор, очевидно, влияет. Этот тренд, очевидно, будет проявлен, вернее. 18% считают, что средние и малые города и сельская местность сократят отставание от экономических показателей от более развитых территорий. То есть получат некоторое преимущество в результате вот новых условий жизни, в которых мы оказались. Далее 16% считают, что преимущество в развитии получат сырьевые регионы. 13% или чуть более считают, что, в общем-то, пандемия не повлияет серьезно на изменение раскладов в пространственном развитии в части экономики, территорий. Ну и, наконец, 7% не знают или предлагают другой вариант ответа. Так, я хотел бы обратиться прежде всего к Наталье Васильевне. Вот та, на самом деле, сложность влияния пандемии на экономическую ситуацию, как она проявится во всех этих типах территорий, и какие тренды из перечисленных, с вашей точки зрения, может быть, будут чуть более заметны или чуть менее заметны.
Спасибо за возможность ответить, но начну я не с этого. Вот все эти разговоры о том, как влияет пандемия, и как она зависит от плотности населения, ответ зависит. Если вы тупо возьмете избыточную смертность density of population. If we look at the mortality rate for January and October, excessive mortality, plus 17% in Moscow, in St. Pete, plus 16%, in average in Russia, plus 10%. So that's the answer. More contacts, more risks of getting infected, and the density of population really matters. But then the details come and become quite relevant. So as for your question, no right answer on this list, because the question how and on what it will impact. If we take the largest agglomeration, then it is quite obvious that yes, Moscow and St. Pete were impacted more in terms of mortality and morbidity rates. Yes, more contacts among the people, but in terms of economic development, I can say that in Moscow we already see how it goes back after a huge drop because of very strict quarantine. And Moscow is restoring its production, for instance, plus 4%, investments plus 11% against the same period 3 quarters of last year. Trade in November is somewhere on the balance. So we have offset the losses in paid services. There are challenges. Transportation is there. Yes, people use transport less today, I mean public transport, and people not so often go to get other paid services, and the worst dynamics is here in Moscow. And another challenge, the employment is not as high enough, and the St. Pete situation is even worse than that. And this means the following. So how many wealthy people we have, workers we have here in the cities, they are not loaded with work, and it means that we do not need more people coming to the cities. And what do we see in terms of migration? I will show you the logic in full. If we look at how migration plunged across Russia, and we will see inflow and outflow of 12 or 13%. In Moscow, the inflow of people plunged by thirds, and if in April people usually leave Moscow when they lost their jobs, and then drop of mobility stopped the inflow of people, and it dropped by thirds. The number of those who came to Moscow. What does it mean? But those who left, this number dropped to minus 11%. In St. Pete, the situation is more balanced, and average in Russia, it is more balanced. So in Moscow was sort of closed for the incoming people, because we do not need so many people. Yes, half-time employment is quite okay. And yes, registered unemployment is not 3.5%, but 2%, and average in Russia is about 4%. But in Moscow, this figure is also quite high. In Moscow, usually we have 0.3. That's why this labor market does not need so many workers. But as soon as the recovery starts and the gates are open, people will go back. And again, the inflow of people dropped. And number two, about exporting regions. Yes, they are relaxed because the industry of Russia is going down because of the producing sectors. The global demand shrunk, and challenges in oil and gas and metallurgy, they're all there, and also fertilizers. The situation is not very positive now, though they are producing still. So we are losing budgets in exporting regions and resources producing regions. There are a lot of challenges out there. That's why in this crisis, yes, we see drop in industrial production, and we also see that budgets of developed regions suffered, where the profit tax is important. The periphery, what has changed out there? The scale of the infection spread is lower because there is lower number of contacts, and the economic situation is quite sluggish. It was like that before, and it is like this now. So the pandemic, yes, you can call it whatever you like. It didn't change a lot for the people. And the areas around cities, снять этим летом дачу было практически невозможно. Люди поняли, стройка усилилась загородного жилья. За счет этого Москва потихоньку и Мособласть выкарабкивается из провала. Вот здесь возможны интересные изменения, потому что уже ходили в пригород жить, но тогда это было модно, это было коттедж. А сейчас люди стали понимать, что надо быть в пригороде жить, потому что так безопаснее. И тут вопрос простейший, что будет с инфраструктурой транспорта, которая отстает всегда и сильно, и что с социальной инфраструктурой, школы, поликлиники, детские сады, которые не просто отстают, а либо дико дорого, в основном, да, либо их тупо нет, содержит нормального качества или нет вообще. Вот это и мы можем с вами обсуждать с точки зрения влияния пандемии. А с точки зрения крупнейших агломераций мой ответ простой. Москва выкарабкается первой. Потому что этого города мощь. Потому что этот город на 20% нарастил бюджетные расходы. И в том числе на 27% национальную экономику. Они контрциклическую политику проводят. Они создают новые рабочие места. Этот город будет рвать, потому что гигантские деньги, несмотря на потери. Питер будет выкарабкиваться, конечно, медленнее. Потому что там тратят очень скромно. Там даже на здрав. Когда по всей стране это выросло более чем на 2/3, без Москвы, в Москве 2,3 раза. Так там даже на здрав меньше, чем на 50% нарастил. Поэтому Москва попрет паровозом, Питер будет отставать, остальные города-миллионники, но нет у них ресурсов, чтобы быстро восстановить те потери, которые понесли сектор услуг в первую очередь. И занятость в нем. Они пойдут гуськом следом. Раньше, скорее всего, Екатеринбург, а за Екатеринбург
Спасибо. Спасибо, Наталья Васильевна. Вот правильно я вас понимаю, что если прошлые кризисы мы говорили о том, что города пострадали, и города, тем не менее, выкарабкиваются быстрее. Сегодня мы говорим, несмотря на специфику этого кризиса, ограничения, связанные с сектором услуг, о том, что ситуация оказывается в конечном-то счете тоже похожей. Тоже в меньшей степени кризис повлиял на периферию.
Да, в этом смысле да. Городам ударил очень сильно.
Но они имеют больше шансов для быстрого восстановления.
Еще раз, пора. Прошлые кризисы так по большущим городам не били. Это уникальный случай. Тут не с чем сравнивать. Потому что удар был по рынку труда специфическому для крупнейших городов. Это условие. И сжатие занятости было именно так, прежде всего. А вот как будет выкарабкиваться, я вам попыталась линейку построить. Кто быстрее, кто медленнее. Но слово «выкарабкиваться» здесь ключевое. Они будут это делать. Лучше, но будут. А периферии,
in a more slower pace. But the periphery, well, may I just keep silent about this? Спасибо, спасибо, Наталья Васильевна. Дорогие друзья, ну действительно, когда вопрос о том, кто получит преимущество и куда, в том числе в связи с этим преимуществом или наоборот уроном, потянутся люди, он очень сильно волновал экспертов и общественность в прошлом году. И когда мы выпустили весной прошлого года вот в нашем центре РАНХИКС один из первых докладов по влиянию пандемии на пространственное развитие, средства массовой информации выхватили мнение одного из экспертов, которое было приведено, и сформулировали, собственно, тезис весьма явно и чрезмерно. Люди бегут из больших городов. Хотя в докладе такой позиции не было. В реальности ситуация обстояла следующим образом, если мы говорим о демографической ситуации. Да, некоторые изменения демографии наблюдаются. В частности, мы впервые видим И такой значительный временный миграционный отток из Москвы в летний период. Да, каждый год на дачу уезжает значительное количество людей, но вот так, чтобы больше 20% людей всю весну и все лето сидели за пределами города, это, наверное, скорее особенная ситуация. Мы видим это по наблюдениям мобильных операторов в частности. Мы видим, что впервые, по данным официальной статистики, за январь-сентябрь, вот, наверное, в постсоветский период, даже невзирая на разницу в методиках, впервые Москва ощутила в январе-сентябре 2020 года миграционную убыль. Но она незначительная, 29 тысяч человек. Для сравнения, в 2017 году был прибыток, что называется, 111 тысяч, в 2018 году более 90 тысяч, в 2019 году 48 практически тысяч. Ну вот небольшой миграционный отток. Но если посмотреть ситуацию, например, с другой стороны, резко уменьшилось количество мигрантов из стран СНГ, ну и из других стран тоже. В целом миграция стала на 21% за этот период менее явной. По сути дела, эти факторы могут с лихвой перекрыть, что называется, вот этот... Только эти факторы могут определить вот такое вот изменение миграционного баланса, которое проявила статистика России. И тем более непонятно, или вернее, может быть, исходя из тезисов Натальи Васильевны, уже можно предположить, как будут миграционные потоки следовать изменению экономической ситуации. Но, тем не менее, дорогие друзья, я предлагаю, прежде чем мы продолжим дискуссию с Натальей Александровной Труновой, проголосовать еще раз. Итак, 3 минуты на то, чтобы понять и ответить, как будут меняться миграционные потоки в Российской Федерации. Итак, мы запускаем голосование, а я передаю слово Наталье Александровне для того, чтобы она могла изложить позицию, как повлияла, собственно, пандемия на градостроительную политику, на систему расселения и на городскую среду.
Добрый день, уважаемые наши участники форума, все онлайн. Собственно, так и повлияло. Все поняли, что одна из базовых инфраструктур, которая должна развиваться, это цифровая. Ну и, соответственно, электричество, которое, как в старом анекдоте, да, что там спорили мобильная связь и интернет, кто лучше, но электричество сказало, знаете, до свидания. Поэтому, да, конечно, с точки зрения больших инфраструктурных систем, и особенно вот в ряде регионов, когда пошли наши ледяные дожди, да, и люди не просто остались без связи, а просто без элементарных условий существования и просто без отопления, без электричества, все прекрасно понимают, что хард-инфраструктура, в том числе, да, это ключевая инфраструктура для обеспечения жизнедеятельности. В пандемию, не в пандемию, слушайте, электричеством заниматься надо. Да, то есть вот сейчас там ряд регионов получат субсидию на в том числе развитие системы электропередач, которая, как выяснилось, тоже устарела. Вот. А с учетом системы расселения отдельных территорий, ну вот я в частности имею в виду, как моя любимая Псковская область, да, которая мелкодисперсная, с хуторской, такой, ближе к такой прибалтийской системе расселения, там еще, ну, понятно, там сети очень старенькие и перегруженные. Ну, отвлечемся от этого, да, overwhelmed and overloaded. So hard infrastructure, this type of infrastructure is still important, and we need to continue taking care of it. Second thing, for people, it's very important not only to have hard infrastructure, but the digital infrastructure is important. If you look at the ratings of the Ministry of the Economy on digital infrastructure in the regions, you will see that even regions which are located close to larger cities, Moscow and the Moscow regions, which are always on top in this rating, including the Tver region, which is somewhere at the bottom. In 2019, at least, maybe in the new rating, the situation is going to be different, significantly different, who knows. And it shows that when people choose a place for settlement, they will take these parameters into account. If they can't get public services, living somewhere in the Tver region with the same quality and speed, they wouldn't want to relocate. Yes, density, a lot of density, risk is higher, but there is good health care. This is important, let's be frank. As for the figures, which are always very honest, as for the construction, for 11 months of 2012, we will see that in our region, Moscow is the leader, plus 144%, Kaluga, Bryansk regions, about 120, 125 in plus, and Orlov region. In other regions, more or less, there is a stable situation or the decrease in construction. North-western region of Russia, St. Petersburg, 75% compared to the previous period. Of course, everything changes in December, you know. Now we have statistics only for 11 months, but as for the situation for 11 months, the situation is the same. In the Leningrad region, it's 133%. So this should be together, considered together with the city itself, not only the Leningrad region, but the St. Petersburg too. Additionally, it's 150% Kaliningrad region and Arkhangelsk region. It's also in plus, but other regions it's either the decrease or the growth of only 1 to 2%. In Tatarstan, 130, Samara Bashkortostan 110 growth, or others either insignificant growth or a decrease. What does it mean? And it means that regions which are leaders, economic leaders, such regions which are growing faster, which will get out of the pit faster, they also have very good construction capacities. And this is actually a good correlation with the data for the central bank about new mortgages in 11 months of 2020. Leaders there in this ratings are the same. St. Petersburg is also there on top positions, but still we need to see the data for 12 months. And everything will change, I'm sure, because December is a very special month. Andrei, the second question, the overview, the total image. We talked about it at the previous forum. I was mentioning some data which we have according to Dom.rf company, very interesting, available data. They show the number of floors in newly constructed buildings and houses. And we understand that when we are talking about high-rise buildings, not in Bashkortostan and Bashkortostan, they have lots of private houses being constructed. But if we look at the overall situation and we look at high-rise construction
and extremely high-rise buildings. We have a lot of construction of this type. In some regions, it's more than 50% of all the constructed buildings, and in 25% of regions, it's from 30% and higher. So new buildings which have more than 20 floors. We are talking about density, we are talking about the image of the city, we are talking about the comprehensive development standards. Here we do have questions. What are we going to do with that, and how could all of this be regulated? As for changes in the special structure of the country, I personally think that despite the pandemic, I think that all the changes in such system, they are long-term changes, and they are linked with the comprehensive state policy. For example, if we forget about smaller cities, we do have a special program of the Ministry of an Economy, the Fund of Smaller Cities, it's called. But a lot depends not on federal authorities. The most positive examples are examples from the regions where situation is a bit different. So, for example, authorities, municipal authorities, or regional authorities studied a lot, and they are rather fast in implementing changes. It's not happening everywhere, but in some regions they do have very good changes, very fast and efficient. I have some good examples of projects. The state program of the public development of rural regions, it will bear fruit, not everywhere, but I'm sure good results will be there. And another competition, which is called Smaller Cities and Historical Settlements, it's also a very important project. It's positive for the population itself. They will more likely be willing to stay there without leaving. I'm also absolutely sure this project will bring results. We also hope to have a good national project from the Russian tourism organization. I'm not talking about Novosibirsk and some other cities. They do have good innovative projects already. The best thing for digging out of the hole, as Natalia was mentioning, are the mechanisms of working with specialization. We have lots of services that collapse because we have very outdated services. There is a good example of Nizhny Novgorod. In recent year, they created a special economic zone. They do participate in all the projects. They use all the opportunities they have. Natalia, thank you. You're actually touching upon the next question in our agenda about the adaptation of special development for new challenges. But before we start discussing it, I would say that 40% of those who voted online answered that at the end of the pandemic, the settlement system is not going to change. 31% said that people will go to suburbs within the same agglomeration. 14% said that more people will move to larger cities, and 8% of voting said that more people would move to smaller cities and rural areas. These are the results. Pandemic has changed lots of stereotypes, that's for sure. We know that in special development, we need to think about medical, social infrastructure. It should have some margin of safety. There should be some services and capacities in excess, like in the army, and the population will be demanding that, and I think authorities will also be taking it into account. With the view of that, when we have large migration within the regions, we need to develop the transport infrastructure. But there are some other issues which we haven't dwelt upon yet. We know that lots of people start working remotely even after the end of the pandemic, and a lot of companies are not just thinking about it, they are taking first steps. And it means that large office spaces in the city, in cities, will be left unused. People work at home, and it means that format of housing, preferred housing, will change. Preferences will change. Location in the cities and the size of apartments. What are we going to do with that? What will happen here? Do you think that cities need more flexibility, much larger flexibility than now? For example, the possibility to increase medical capacities or rapidly reformat office buildings into the housing for residents, more opportunities to build big houses equipped for working from home. Maybe cities should also more think about this migration between urban areas and the cities, transport-wise. Do you think that cities should become transformer cities? And if yes, and if this flexibility in special development should be stepped up, what could be done about that? Natalia Vasilyevna, do you have any ideas about that? I know you always have lots of ideas. I have a little bit bitter comment. As the periphery of all the cities are used a lot for construction, and they use high-rise buildings are being built, and this is normal. There is high density. I don't know how we understand how to change that. Yes, there are some decisions of the Moscow region authorities to limit the construction of high-rise buildings, but we still have a problem. There is a very clear economic interest of developers. They get a lot of profit from high density, and only a very clear state policy will change the trend, the policy which will put an end to this appetite of developers. Second thing, money. Do you know that this specter of offer in the housing market have changed? One-room apartment, that's what people buy now. They do not have money for more expensive apartments. And in 2021, people will have even less financial means. That's why now the demand will be shifting towards smaller and mini apartments. What can we do here? So developers have very avid appetites, and I would say that the government doesn't know what to do about it. And the second trend, the reduction in the purchasing ability. I do not know what to do about these two trends. Shall we provide grants for buying apartments? If you have any ideas, I would be happy to listen. Natalia Alexandrovna. Natalia Vasilyevna, thank you very much. You took a hit, and I now only have to bridge here and continue by saying that, okay, you have a one-room apartment, but you have a family and you have to work remotely. That's a challenge. I know housing conditions of our citizens. I have good housing conditions, and I would say that I still was very happy to go back to office because it's just impossible to work from home. If it's the summer, it's wonderful. You can work in the Moscow parks, but that's just the summer. It's only 3 months in a year. And we need to have weather without a good day without the rain. Co-workings are there, but it's also just a temporary solution. It's just a one-off thing, probably once a week. It's possible to work in a co-working once a week, but when you have to have a constant, permanent home office, it's really very difficult. Corporations like people working from home, but when employees will start billing for home infrastructure, billing for improving infrastructure, improving their housing conditions, people do need to expand their housing conditions, and probably they will start billing their employees. And after that, corporations, of course, will invite everyone back to the office. The idea that you mentioned is a good one, and it can influence mobility. So cities should be very mobile and flexible. Andrei, we talked to you about the law on the comprehensive territorial development. I'm very careful about that, but let's see what happens. But we should at least start doing something with the depressive zones in the cities. We need to equip them. We need to reformat them. Mixed-use areas and development of economic functions, not the social functions or trade functions. Comprehensive development, that's not about that. We need to develop such areas, creating good production jobs, manufacturing jobs, not just servicing jobs. If we start such projects in the cities, this will be a very good result in our urban development policy. We've discussed all these problems which are there. We do have some questions whether it's possible to have such programs in the format I'm talking about, but we do hope this will happen. How can you do something with these developers for their margin profits are falling and they want to offset it somehow by building more? I'm rather strict about that. I think we shouldn't fight only the appetites of developers. We just need to make the whole system more transparent. Developers' appetites, they depend on the authorities' appetites. And I'm sorry to say that. That's why the developers have to increase the prices for housing. But when we have the system transparent, we will know who benefits, where and why the situation is like that. In escrow accounts, there was a big discussion about that, and we understand that in 2018 we predicted the growth in prices for housing. Natalia, unfortunately, the time is running to an end, but creating the more transparent system is important. Okay, flexibility, transparency, and I would say the business approach to spatial development. For example, banks and other major corporations in 2020 started transforming open spaces into multi-spaces, where they create hybrid spaces of existing offices. And I think we should also be more flexible in reformatting spaces of cities and city agglomerations. But it would be rather difficult to do. Dear friends, thank you very much. We will be happy to meet you again in other sessions. Goodbye.
изменились ли мы? Стали другими или остались собой? Принимая время, место, обстоятельства. Главное не остановиться сегодня, чтобы стать сильнее завтра. И знать, мы вместе. И это все меняет. Ваш Газпромбанк.
В звуке или в тексте, ушами или глазами, но всегда мозгами. Только по делу. Главное в политике, главное в бизнесе, главное о личных деньгах. Со скоростью звука, со скоростью света. Услышать и увидеть. Один бренд, два адреса. Бизнес.FM и bfm.ru. Не на словах, а на деле.
В Российской академии народного хозяйства и государственной службы при президенте Российской Федерации проходит Гайдаровский форум, который в начале года традиционно задает вектор общественной и научной дискуссии. Здесь собираются известные эксперты, представители органов власти, общественные и политические деятели, предприниматели из разных стран мира. Гайдаровский форум открывает обсуждение деловой повестки на ближайший год. Для гостей из-за рубежа форум выступает важным источником информации о главных тенденциях социально-экономического и политического развития, состоянии бизнес-среды и инвестиционного климата России. В ходе открытых и плодотворных дискуссий участники форума смогут обменяться положительным опытом и лучшими мировыми практиками, предложить конструктивные подходы к решению приоритетных ключевых задач, стоящих перед Россией и миром на старте нового года, нового десятилетия. Ключевая тема форума этого года – «Россия и мир после пандемии». Какие уроки мы извлекли с 2020 года, что нас ждет после пандемии и как мы можем подготовиться к этим изменениям? Станет ли дистанционная занятость будущей моделью рынка труда? Как ограничения и принятые в условиях пандемии законы повлияют на права и свободы граждан? кто является реальным бенефициаром пандемии в долгосрочной перспективе, а также глобальные вызовы десятилетия и национальные приоритеты России. Эти и многие другие вопросы будут обсуждаться экспертами форума. Смотрите прямые трансляции 14 и 15 января. Россия и мир после пандемии. Гайдаровский форум. Не пропустите. В Российской академии народного хозяйства и государственной службы при президенте Российской Федерации проходит Гайдаровский форум, который в начале года традиционно задает вектор общественной и научной дискуссии. Здесь собираются известные эксперты, представители органов власти, общественные и политические деятели, предприниматели из разных стран мира. Гайдаровский форум открывает обсуждение деловой повестки на ближайший год. Для гостей из-за рубежа форум выступает важным источником информации о главных тенденциях социально-экономического и политического развития, состоянии бизнес-среды и инвестиционного климата России. В ходе открытых и плодотворных дискуссий участники форума смогут обменяться положительным опытом и лучшими мировыми практиками, предложить конструктивные подходы к решению приоритетных ключевых задач, стоящих перед Россией и миром на старте нового года, нового десятилетия. Ключевая тема форума этого года – «Россия и мир после пандемии». Какие уроки мы извлекли с 2020 года? Что нас ждет после пандемии и как мы можем подготовиться к этим изменениям? Станет ли дистанционная занятость будущей моделью рынка труда? Как ограничения и принятые в условиях пандемии законы повлияют на права и свободы граждан? Кто является реальным бенефициаром пандемии в долгосрочной перспективе, а также глобальные вызовы десятилетия и национальные приоритеты России? Эти и многие другие вопросы будут обсуждаться экспертами форума. Смотрите прямые трансляции 14 и 15 января. Россия и мир после пандемии. Гайдаровский форум. Не пропустите.
Светлана, добрый день. Да. Общероссийский народный фронт, Счетная палата договорились периодически обсуждать качественные результаты нацпроектов, в данном случае нацпроекта образования. И мы часто это делали инициативно, в том числе по результатам исследований, которые проводит УНФ по всем регионам, на основании опыта, который накопили эксперты Сириуса и вообще опыта Сириуса. А сегодня у нас есть задание от Гайдаровского форума. Вот какое я готова продолжить и подготовила мнение коллег по вопросам, которые традиционно обсуждаются на форуме.
Ну, организаторы нам сегодня задали, по моему мнению, такой очень футуристичный вопрос для Счетной палаты Народного фронта. Это сколько будущего в настоящем образовании? И в этом смысле я бы предложила проговорить в первую очередь про школьное образование, потому как если мы с вами говорим про дистанционный формат обучения, который случился с нами в этом году, наверное, больше всего проблем и сложностей связано именно с ним. И по моему мнению, если, да, понятно, что это связано и с разнообразными системами, которые не подходили для процесса образования качественного, и с низкой цифровой грамотностью и компетентностью педагогов, но мне кажется, все-таки не хватало такой осознанности, самостоятельности со стороны самих обучающихся и школьников. И в этом смысле я бы предложила сегодня, возможно, идти от каких-то проблемных вопросов и предложить какие-то траектории развития для нашей будущей системы образования, немножко коснуться, может быть, немножко и высшего образования. И я бы начала вот с какой проблемы, проблемного вопроса. Насколько как вообще возможно перейти от парадигмы такой системы образования вовлечения этого школьника, когда к школьнику относится как к объекту, к парадигме совершенно другой, когда школьника ставят в центр всей экосистемы образования. Вот что вы скажете по этому поводу?
Ну, действительно, это год сложный для очень многих сфер, но, как всегда, это год и анализа возможностей, которые перед нами стоят. Конечно, все возможности нации, экономики лежат в сфере образования. Для того, чтобы мы стали анализировать результаты программ, конечно, в первую очередь я предложила говорить про индивидуализацию этих программ, когда подстраивается под интерес, под небольшой результат, и это дает возможность выстроить мотивацию для любого уровня освоения предмета. Вот у нас в Сириусе экспертные советы планируют и подстраивают программу даже вот день в день. То есть ребенок ее осваивает, и у него каждый день немного меняется программа завтрашнего дня. Мне кажется, это как раз вот ближайший вызов. И как мы научимся это делать, так мы и увидим вот какую-то такую раннюю специализацию. Потому что то, что мы раньше думали, значит, и относили там, к 3-му, 4-му курсу, а именно какая-то специализация в предмете, сегодня наступает очень рано. И объем знаний такой, что нельзя дать знания про запас, надо понимать, как выстраивается программа интересная для каждого, и именно этот интерес дает возможность получить в единицу времени знаний больше и сделать это, может быть, в другой форме. И вот здесь у меня к вам вопрос, какими инструментами нам надо пользоваться? То есть, что, по вашему мнению, должно произойти, например, с учебниками? И вообще, если мы говорим, что у нас в центре ученик, и что изменится для ученика, а для ученика в этом году, я согласна с вами, изменилось очень много, то как нам, вот какие модели организационные, административные надо обсуждать, чтобы эти изменения закрепились? И каким образом мы можем использовать для того, чтобы сегодняшний школьник мог получить максимум и получить действительно представление о перспективе развития технологий и, мало того, применив к себе уже какие-то из сегодняшних методов, на них основанные, наверное, получить какие-то уникальные возможности своей будущей специализации, о которой мы с вами мечтаем.
Сложный вопрос, на самом деле. Сложно он, потому что мы сейчас еще не успели до конца переварить тот опыт, который с нами возник в этом году. Но я бы начала с того, что, во-первых, нужно сказать, что наша система образования, наверное, досталась по наследству от советского времени, и в этом смысле она очень-очень академическая, и в ней, безусловно, не хватает вот того самого компетентностного подхода, который позволит нам сделать всю систему индивидуальной для каждого ребенка. И, конечно, меняется абсолютно роль педагога. Я вообще считаю, что педагог — это, наверное, то самое, к сожалению, независимое, да, потому что мы на это просто не можем повлиять. Но самое важное, что есть вообще в системе образования. Ни одному ребенку не будет интересен предмет, если ему не интересен педагог. Ну, наверное, такой кейс, опять же, приведу в пример. Отличный опыт Южной Кореи, который меня сильно заинтересовал. Они сделали в 7 классе один семестр, который был свободен абсолютно от экзаменов. Мало того, что они освободили детей вот один семестр за всю школьную жизнь от экзаменов, так они еще и, в общем-то, позволили вот этому школьнику выбирать новые формы обучения. Это дискуссия, диалог, они вправе выбирать проекты. И на самом деле такой подход, значит, он дико популярен в этой стране, распространился на все школы, и они измеряют уровень удовлетворенности педагогов и школьников, и родителей. Он, конечно, во много раз разросся. Ну, вот это как один из успешных таких уже кейсов, которые можно было применить. Но история с коллаборацией, дистанционка — это здорово, хорошо, она открыла действительно много возможностей для всех, школьников, студентов, взрослых. Но важны смешанные программы обучения, потому что только такой дистанционный формат, он, конечно, невозможен. Для нынешних школьников жалуются родители, мы видим, меряем это совместно с экспертами, проводим опросы. Очень тяжело дается. Опять же, если воспринимать школу, как воспринимает международное сообщество, сейчас часто обсуждается такая концепция школа как хаб, некий, в котором остается классическая абсолютно форма обучения, но в целом, в общем-то, есть большие возможности появляются, и появляются эксперименты, проекты, и вот эта коллаборация, она здесь, конечно, очень-очень важна. Но мне кажется, у вас как раз много таких проектов и задумок. В Сириусе было вот абсолютно успешный пример вот с наукой. Что можете про это сказать?
Да, я приведу тут несколько кейсов в ответ. Действительно, очень интересно смотреть, как надо соединять сильных педагогов, их мотивацию и образ мысли и образ жизни, который выбирают дети, когда на них смотрят и оказываются рядом с ними. Потому что вот это самая большая удача — оказаться рядом с сильным наставником и педагогом какое-то продолжительное время для ребенка. Я думаю, что тогда действительно закладываются те основы, и бывает такая уникальная возможность задать вопрос тому человеку, который действительно видит твои сильные стороны и твой интерес, который проявляется. То есть самая главная задача педагога — самому быть увлеченным предметом, областью и видеть, как этот интерес, ну, не знаю, проявляется у ребенка в зависимости от возраста и тех инструментов, которые у них вместе с ним есть. Кстати, вот у нас вчера на ученом совете как раз обсуждалась тема «наставник и учитель». Тема теперь открыта, будет в лаборатории когнитивных исследований. Действительно, это принципиально важный командный результат от такой пары и в дальнейшем, и это, в общем-то, действительно такой феномен. Но если вернуться к школьникам и к тем успешным примерам, хотелось бы отметить сначала, я, конечно, сейчас перейду к Сириусу, но сначала, мне кажется, надо отметить опыт Москвы, когда есть вот соединение сильных педагогов и вообще вот все-таки два фактора учитывала, мне кажется, система образования Москвы. И если мы посмотрим на последние результаты ПИЗа, мы увидим Москву на 3-м месте среди вообще городов мира. Наверное, это как раз связано с тем, что в школах соединено и основное, и дополнительное образование, и в этом плане у ребенка и вообще у всех детей есть возможность выбрать вот и тот профиль, и тот интерес, который, когда бы у него не проявился, он будет поддержан. Мы должны все-таки, мне кажется, давать все больше и больше экспертных и организационных рычагов самым сильным педагогам. И, конечно, поддерживать те школы, где эти педагоги работают, чтобы они были своего рода такими методическими центрами, чтобы они, с одной стороны, получали действительно больше финансирования для того, чтобы они создавали такую методологическую среду, где можно было бы учить и приглашать на стажировку молодых педагогов. И еще кейс уже Сириуса и наших региональных центров, работающих по модели. Мы его запустили в этом году, мы назвали его «Сириус лето. Начни свой проект». Он как раз связывает ребят в проекты с студентами и региональными университетами, которые развивают критически важные технологии для региона. Потому что самое интересное? Самое интересное решать задачку, которая не решена, которую решают такие же увлеченные люди, старше тебя по возрасту, но при этом относящиеся к тебе при условии твоего интереса на равных. Здорово, что у нас почти 1000 команд на сегодняшний день в течение всего учебного года на базе лабораторий ведущих университетов будет продолжать работать над проектами, которые сформулировали ведущие компании и российского уровня, и международного, а также регионального. И здесь очень такой, знаете, большой воспитательный момент. А какие цели ты перед собой ставишь? То есть какие ты вопросы обсуждаешь? И вот это воспитание,
мотивирующая вещь.
Да. То есть, а в пользу чего вот надо, на ваш взгляд, как бы отчуждать свое будущее знание и интерес? Имею в виду выбор профессии. Вот мне кажется, что здесь нужна, наверное, какая-то общая стратегия, и нужно, как вот в тех примерах, о которых вы говорили, видеть роль каждого партнера по развитию таких форм образования и вовлечению вот школьников, самых мотивированных, в те проекты, которые важны для наших ведущих и научных групп, и технологических компаний, и самих университетов, которые во многом являются драйверами изменений сейчас во многих регионах, где идет активная концентрация и инфраструктуры, и человеческого ресурса под реализацию нацпроектов других. То есть, если мы говорим про образование, то, конечно же, в рамках нацпроектов у нас есть разные регионы, которые, я уверена, по горизонтали будут сейчас собирать сильные исследовательские коллективы, и это уже происходит. И вообще то, что сейчас у нас все больше и больше молодых людей выбирают для себя занятия наукой и технологиями, конечно, ставит перед нами такие, в общем-то, задачи по стратегии. Вот что вам кажется, нам надо обсуждать для того, чтобы эта стратегия была сформирована, в том числе для общего образования, ну и, понятно, для высшего профессионального тоже?
Вы сегодня много, конечно, уже сказали про государственную политику в целом, да, и, во-первых, хочу отметить, что кейсы Сириуса, в общем-то, покруче, чем в Южной Корее, вот, поэтому, мне кажется, здорово распространять ваш опыт на остальные регионы, и говоря, в принципе, о политике и формировании стратегии в сфере образования, я бы сказала вот что вообще-то самое главное, это не нужно запрещать, нужно оставлять большую свободу воли. Мы же пытаемся зачастую идти скорее с запретительных мер. Я часто слышу от экспертов в сфере образования, что давайте-ка детям до 5 класса значит, откажем им в работе с планшетами. Ну, не надо. Мы хотим, с одной стороны, достигнуть каких-то показателей в международных рейтингах по робототехнике, например. С другой стороны, забываем, что все-таки программирование тоже планшет и компьютер. Поэтому ну, запретительные меры скорее во вред образования. Образование — это всегда про творчество, про эксперимент и про креатив. И, наверное, еще одна важная история связана с развитием талантливых и, наверное, обозначу, неталантливых детей. Мы сейчас анализируем вот эту историю, связанную с так называемыми неуспешными детьми, детьми, которые испытывают сложности в обучении и усвоении школьной программы. Есть ряд проблем, которые мы сегодня с вами уже затронули. Мне часто задают вопрос, нужно ли поддерживать талантливых. Вы считаете, не нужно? Я считаю, что, конечно, нужно поддерживать талантливых детей. Но надо не забывать про остальных и давать им эту возможность. Уровень функциональной грамотности, я уже как заезженную пластинку об этом все время произношу, 25% школьников, несмотря на показатели хорошие Москвы, все-таки обладают низким уровнем функциональной грамотности. В общем-то, если мы говорим об экономике страны, об успехе страны, о прорыве, нам здесь надо что-то делать. Ну и, наверное, последнее, что скажу, это баланс. Вот мы с вами тут, в общем-то, много всего сегодня проговорили и, наверное, напридумывали. Но в целом, в общем-то, если мы говорим о внедрении компетентностного подхода в школу, это не значит, что им надо обязательно прибавлять часов в графике. Это означает, что должны меняться новые формы, подходы, методы, методики. Ну и, конечно, в общем-то, здорово было бы, чтобы каждый преподаватель чувствовал себя комфортно в той роли, в которой он действительно должен находиться, вокруг ребенка, в той самой экосистеме.
мне кажется, мы набросали основные параметры стратегии развития и общего, и профессионального образования. И мне кажется, что все участники Гайдаровского форума должны присоединиться к нам для того, чтобы стратегия была наполнена конкретными результатами. И, наверное, я думаю, что в течение этого года мы можем проводить уже более такие фокусированные заседания с коллегами. Я думаю, что мы с вами вместе заинтересованы в том, чтобы это обсуждение продолжалось. И самое главное, чтобы оно прирастало партнерами, которые действительно могут сегодня вложить уже те проекты, которые они либо сами возглавляют, либо очень поддерживают и участвуют.
Добрый день, дорогие друзья. Разрешите приветствовать всех наших уважаемых спикеров, а также всех тех, кто нас сегодня смотрит на экспертной дискуссии, посвященной эволюции государственного управления на постсоветском пространстве. Большой коллектив авторов из самых разных стран подготовил вот эту книгу, которую я сейчас с большим удовольствием хочу продемонстрировать в эфире. Как мы и обещали, к началу Гайдаровского форума она увидела свет и издана. Естественно, все получат свои авторские экземпляры. Мотором этого проекта со стороны президентской академии был Институт государственной службы и управления, который выполнил все свои обязательства, с чем я поздравляю и всех участников нашей сегодняшней экспертной дискуссии, и всех, кто в Академии принимал участие в издании этой книги. Сегодня мы с вами в эфире обсудим основные положения этого экспертно-аналитического доклада. Каждый из тех, кто сегодня принимает участие, получит возможность сказать несколько слов и об эволюции госуправления вообще, и о том, как, возможно, он видит перспективы нашего сотрудничества. У нас сегодня присутствуют уважаемые ректоры президентских академий самых разных стран, принимавших участие в подготовке доклада, а также проректоры. Прошу простить сложности модератора, я буду предоставлять слово нашим уважаемым ректорам в алфавитном порядке, и потом точно так же уважаемым проректорам. Вот я вижу, что Ерлан Куанышевич Абил, который вот в этом именно алфавитном порядке у нас выступит первым, это ректор Академии государственного управления при
Director of the Academy of Public Administration under the President of Kazakhstan. He is ready to talk to us. I'm very happy to give you the floor. Andrei, I'm happy to see you here. Can you hear me? Can you see me well, dear colleagues? Yerlan, I do not hear you. Andrei, I can hear you well. Then the floor is yours. Good day, dear colleagues. I'm very happy to see you. My congratulations to all the organizers. You've done a lot to prepare this conference and this book as well. We also participated in compiling this report. It was very important for us to have this interim report about our development. This year we will celebrate 20 years of independence. A lot has been done, but we are going to do even more. We understand that the world is changing and the Public Administration Academy should fit this new world. We should be able to give answer to all the challenges, domestic and foreign challenges. It's very important to maintain good relations, share experiences, and that's a good idea to exchange knowledge in developing public administration. Our country is now transforming into this strategic public administration apparatus. Recently, we've had elections for our legislative body, our country. And tomorrow there will be the presentation from this head of the state.
And at the joint meeting, and by the end of January, we expect to have the new structure of government and the new people in government. They will face new tasks. So, Andrei Markovich, we are ready to cooperate, and we are happy that this forum is happening despite all the quarantine measures. Of course, it would have been great to be with you now in Ranipa and discuss all the burning points with you face to face, but nevertheless, so I'm ready to answer the questions after the discussion is closed. Thank you very much, Yerlan Konishevich. I should say that our esteemed directors have recorded their video messages for Gaidar Forum, and they offered their comments about the publication we're discussing today. Of course, they are all published on the website of the forum, and we are very thankful to the colleagues. Before I go to the next speaker, I would like to articulate a number of points for voting. So in order to, at the end of the discussion, if we have some time left, we would ask our esteemed speakers to discuss this voting. So 3 questions. First, related to ratings. What country rating listed here is the best indicator of high quality of public administration, ease of doing business, rating of global competitiveness, index for human development, and index of perception of corruption. Question number 2. What area of cooperation of universities in post-Soviet countries specializing in talents preparation in public administration is the most promising of the listed here? So, exchanging experience in professional and personal diagnostics for talents. Programs for improvement of qualification implemented in module format with an opportunity to take some of the modules in higher level modules, and also preparation of Master of Public Administration and Executive Public Administration master's programs in preparing in the courses like Public and Municipal Management and bachelor's courses and programs. And question number 3, what threats for security for post-Soviet countries are important for international, more active international cooperation? Cyber terrorism, international terrorism, drug trafficking, pandemic of coronavirus, risk of armed conflicts, and climate change. Please, esteemed viewers, please vote, and at the end of our expert discussion, we will look at the results of the voting. And now I would like to ask Orhan Alikperov, academician, rector of the Academy of Public Administration under the President of Azerbaijan. Please, you're welcome. Dear Andrei Markovich, thank you very much for this opportunity. I would like to welcome all colleagues. I would like to say thank you to the Academy of Public Management of Russia for this initiative. I think that if this initiative becomes a traditional one, then this will be very useful for regional development, for national development and global development. The process of managing the state development and talents preparation is very important, and the Academy of Public Administration under the President of Azerbaijan is working in this area and is the head organization in scientific research and preparation of talents and information in public management. Assessment of the results of such activities is done through various means, and this means qualitative and quantitative indicators, the number of modules, the frequency of programs. But in Azerbaijan, we also use another thing. The results, we look at the results of the activities, the results of how the system of preparation of talents is operating, system of mobilization of talents for the public management. And the basis for development of this area was set up by Gaidar Aliyev and was then developed by Ilham Aliyev. So the new technologies for public administration using the synergetic, complementary and compensation principles that were developed initially by Ilham Aliyev, the president, ensure the fact that, according to international organizations, Azerbaijan is a regional and global leader in the area of most effective utilization of resources for sustainable inclusive development. And by the way, an indicator can also be inclusive development, since inclusive development may only happen in cases of sustainable development, and it can only be sustainable if it is inclusive. So as we know, index of inclusive development is calculated by international organizations basing on 12 economic and social and environmental and demographic indicators, and it shows in full the level and the breadth, the width of development. And the International Economic Forum in Davos is giving Azerbaijan the third place among ex-Soviet countries. We are lagging behind Lithuania and Estonia. And according to the data of this international organization, Azerbaijan is the country of the most effectively using the resources to build inclusive and sustainable development society. According to the World Bank, every index of inclusive development is 3.8 thousand US dollars, considering the parity of the purchasing power parity. And this is one of the best indicators, not only among CIS ex-Soviet countries, but also in the global scale. I would like to notify you also that the index of inclusive development of Azerbaijan, according to the same international organizations, is higher than that of the United States, Japan, Israel, Greece, Portugal, Spain, and some other countries. Economic opportunities are quite high in these countries, sometimes much higher. But this is because in multinational Azerbaijan, according to international organizations, the social policy is very effective. The founder and the leader of the Davos International Economic Forum, Professor Schwab, published last year a report on economic opportunities and social policy in 146 countries of the world. And the report shows a special drawing where the results of comparison of economic opportunities and social achievements are shown for 7 countries: United States, Germany, Denmark, Brazil, South Africa, Vietnam, and Azerbaijan. Azerbaijan is shown as an example of the most effective utilization of economic opportunities to tackle social challenges and building inclusive society. And the rating of Azerbaijan in this report is higher than GDP per capita by 23 points. And this is the best indicator in the world. Number 2 is the Czech Republic, and their indicator is plus 13. We should say that high effectiveness of the complex of innovative technologies in public management of Azerbaijan is also reflected in the process of implementation of 4 resolutions of the Security Council of the United Nations, and also the freeing up by Armenians a land plot which is owned by Azerbaijan. Now the country is integrated with the help of President of the Russian Federation, Vladimir Putin. The region now enjoys peace, and this is the basis for well-being and further development. I would like to say thank you very much for this opportunity to speak today. If you have any questions, I will be able to answer at the end of the discussion. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Rurham Kizyanovich. Thank you. We will move on. I would like to ask you to say a couple of words. The Rector of the Academy of Public Administration under the President of Turkmenistan, Alim Anamuradov. Please, you're welcome. Hello. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. First of all, I would like to start my speech with congratulating colleagues from ex-Soviet republics, heads of scientific universities, educational universities, say I would like to wish you a Happy New Year and wish you successes in your professional activities. So 2021 is important for us. We all start the year of the 30th anniversary of independence of our countries, and over this period of time we've accumulated quite significant experience to look at the results of our independent state structuring. And Turkmenistan has become one of stably developing countries of the Central Asian regions, and the model for public management is the basis for it, and it is reflected in the constitution of the country, where we declare that Turkmenistan is a democratic state with presidential republic mode of operations. So we, through our collective work, where we see the evolution of public administration across the whole ex-Soviet countries over the recent 30 years. And I would like to say thank you very much to Ranip, under the President of the Russian Federation, and Mr. Mao, and the Rector of Institute of Public Service, who initiated and led and prepared publishing of this book, and we hope that we will continue our fruitful cooperation in such important areas like pedagogical, scientific and research, and also utilization of digital platforms and methods for improvement of education processes. And I think you would all agree that this book will help us in further research of state building and the experience that has been accumulated over the recent 30 years in how our public management system was built. We have some information from the media and the internet, but up until today there were no scientific work that would have articulated the experience of state building across all ex-Soviet countries. And this work will give us a very good opportunity not only to look at experience of all ex-Soviet countries, but also to make a comparison of various specificities of such systems in all our countries. Dear colleagues, the efficiency of public management depends on the effectiveness of the state service, and basing on this, in Turkmenistan in 2008, according to personal initiative of our esteemed President, Mr. Berdimuhamedov, the Public Administration Academy was founded under the President, and it now takes the mission of preparation and requalification of public management specialists, and specific methodological basis was prepared for this purpose. Our academy is quite young, but despite this, we've managed to contribute a lot to preparing new public servicemen, and over the recent years the courses covered more than 3,500 students from public administration and local administration authorities. When preparing the students, we use actively modern information technologies, and in our academy the skills of business communication can be improved, and also the decision-making processes and how to go through crisis situations, and also go through courses in various public management areas. According to the needs of the time, we revisit and adjust the programs for various categories of our students. And over the recent years, the Academy have accumulated some experience in cooperation with international organizations. Today, we cooperate with such organizations in the perimeter of the United Nations, like the Fund for Population, and we've implementing a project for improvement of the system of management in the context of achieving the goals articulated in Paris. So last year we've completed the implementation of joint together with the European Union, they joined the project for improvement of the potential of the public service in Turkmenistan. And the last 2020 was important because according to the decree of the President of Turkmenistan, significant changes were introduced into the structure of the academy and into the programs for preparing talents in public administration. New models, new materials were prepared for programs in digital management, management in education and science, HR management, legal instruments for public administration, and so on. So these changes reflect the experience we've accumulated over the recent 12 years of our operations, and we are quite positive about our future development. So, dear colleagues, over the recent 30 years of independence of our countries and in Turkmenistan, in many areas, a lot of changes have happened in legislation, in public management, and in other areas. And this is the basis for future development and achievement of the strategic goals. Under the leadership of the President of Turkmenistan, we are implementing comprehensive programs for digital transformation, for instance, and it gives a boost to social and economic development of our country. Large projects in industrial complex, in fuel and power complex are happening, and in some other sectors of the economy. And this aims at the well-being of the population and improvement of the industrial potential of the country. And significant changes introduced by Berdimuhamedov was also considered positively by the international community, and it improves our authority in the global arena. So Turkmenistan's success will also be based on how effective our processes are and how effective our systems of public management are. Important step in this area is also the shift to two-chamber structure of the national parliament. I should say that from one hand, two-chamber system of the highest legislative body of the country is based on national democratic traditions. From one hand, from the other hand, it reflects the international experience in this area. And this combination of traditions and reforms is a specificity of Turkmenistan political culture. New projects and areas for development are focusing on up-to-date international experience, and we look at more integration into international community as a partner for the community. So, according to the initiative of Turkmenistan 2020 by the General Assembly of the United Nations, was announced as Year of Trust and Peace. And in this context, closing my presentation, I would like to say that I hope that 2021 will really become such year, the year for peace in the whole world and no violence between countries. We hope that we will achieve trust and good relationships. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. I hope that all these areas of cooperation you mentioned we will be able to implement in the nearest future, and we really have something to learn from each other and how to complement our own programs through the experience that have already been accumulated in various countries of ex-Soviet space. So now I would like to give the floor to esteemed director of the Academy of Public Management under the President of the Republic of Uzbekistan, Adham Bekmuradov. Adham, please, you're welcome. The floor is yours. Thank you very much, Andrei Markovich. Hello, dear friends. First of all, let me say thank you very much. Thank you very much for your invitation, for this opportunity to participate in this event. Dear friends, I think you already know that in our country, under the leadership of our president, we are implementing the modernization upgrade of the state offices and the system of public management. I would like to tell you a couple of words about this process. As our colleagues said, effective systems of public management and public service can adapt to quickly changing conditions of the current world and is the basis, are basic factors for sustainable development and improvement of well-being of people. Speaking about the experience of Uzbekistan, in the period of our independence, the system of public management of our country changed a lot, and it is actively developing now, especially over the recent year, and basing on the constitutional standard, saying that the nation is the only source of the state power in the country, we articulate effective and stable system under which not the public, not the nation is serving the official bodies, but the official bodies, authorities serve the nation. And for high quality dialogue with the nation, starting 2017, we established virtual meeting room of the president and we have special portal for expressing your opinion, which is open for everyone. And basing on this strategy, working in 5 priority areas for development of Uzbekistan, the program that was articulated in 2017 by our president, where improvement of the system of public and civil building is articulated as a priority, and then the concept for administrative reform is also very important. A number of constitutional changes have also been introduced into the state sector, and step by step we introduce modern mechanisms for PPPs, public and private partnerships. We are working for more openness of operations of state bodies and authorities' operations. We are improving the system of electronic government, and we are also making it more available, the state services more available to the public. In December of the same year, the Agency for State Services was set up under the Justice Ministry of the Republic of Uzbekistan, which is responsible for an innovative approach towards the system of offering the state services, and a module for online consulting was set up that consists of more than 90 state organizations and bodies and offices. We are also executing digitalization of state services with the level of 60% of digitalization by the end of 2022. Another interesting initiative is implementation starting May 2018, the Government Hour, which is devoted to hearing the information from competent authorities from state administration bodies in the legislative chamber of the country, which is now a traditional process for the highest level of public officials. In October 2019, we set up the Agency for Development of Public Administration under the President of the Republic of Uzbekistan, which is responsible for implementation of the single state policy in the area of development of human resources and personnel management, HR management. Though implementation of these reforms and changes in the area of public administration and talents policy of the country is impossible without highly qualified state officials. The Academy of Public Administration under the President of Uzbekistan is the key office for qualification, for preparation and requalification of state servicemen. And together with Argos is the Agency for Development of Public Services, I already said, we are working in setting up on the basis of our academy the Center for Improvement of Qualification of State Civil Servicemen and the regional platform for cooperation and experience sharing with countries, with adjacent countries in the area of development of the state service.
The new vector of development in this sphere was also mentioned in the message from our president of Uzbekistan in December 2020. And in this message, he highlighted the importance of the HR policy, the importance of decentralizing the system of public administration, rationalizing public expenses, as well as taking into account gender-specific factors in public administration. I'm absolutely sure that our experience in public administration and HR management, they are linked to results of neighboring countries. In order to ensure good cooperation and to get rid of negative consequences of the pandemic at a regional level and finding efficient mechanisms of informing authorities, we need to continue strengthening cooperation. Dear participants, I'm confident that this book, The Evolution of Public Administration in Post-Soviet Countries, was prepared in close cooperation, will give us an opportunity to use the experience we've accumulated. And during the discussion, we will learn about new practical data. We will have some actual tips on using the best practices, and we will find the most promising ways to cooperate in public administration between our countries. As exchange of experience at this large-scale discussion platform will contribute a lot to development of the modern science. I wish every participant of this forum a very fruitful days of work, and I also would like to especially thank the Russian Academy of Public Administration, RANEPA, for organizing this great and massive event, and I do hope that we will continue mutually beneficial cooperation between our academies. Thank you very much. Arham Sharipovich, thank you very much. I would like to say that you talked about strengthening cooperation. We do appreciate cooperation with your academy, and I hope we can enrich each other not only in technologies of public administration, but we can also enrich by exchanging cultures. When we got students during internship at our academy, we had a creativity party when your students were reading poems, reciting poems by Alexander Pushkin, and our students were reciting poems by your most famous poet. And I think it was a good step towards deepening and strengthening cooperation. And now I would like to give the floor to the rector of the Public Administration Academy and the president of Tajikistan, Abdukhalil Gafurzada. And I think he will tell us about the areas of the improvement of public administration in your republic. Last year we could talk in person last year, but unfortunately now we have to talk online. Dear colleagues, Andrei, we welcome everyone. We welcome all the colleagues. And congratulations to with New Year, and we do pray for well-being and health of all the citizens of all the countries, post-Soviet countries, and I hope that in 2021 we'll be able to meet in person. Last year the meeting was very fruitful. We've published this book, The Evolution of Public Administration in Post-Soviet Countries, 1991-2021. This is a great result, and we demonstrated sustainable cooperation, and we do know that we have very good results in different areas. Dear colleagues, dear rectors, we urge you to continue cooperation, and we invite you to visit our academy in the future in 2021. We do hope it will be possible despite the pandemic, despite some other challenges. This year was rather successful for us. Our academy, under the president of Tajikistan, was transformed, and we opened the new building of the academy now. It has a format of a campus. Lots of colleagues participated in this grand opening. You visited our campus, and I hope that in 2021 we'll have lots of new, more partnerships. We'll have big events related to public administration, related to our state, and we invite you all to participate. And I think this is a great opportunity to invite everyone who is here to come to our academy. I do hope that this pandemic has been with us for too long, and it should go away already. This book that has been published, this is a sign of very good cooperation between our countries. And on the basis of the information in this book, we will be able to learn more about the experiences of neighboring countries. In post-Soviet countries and the CIS, we could strengthen relations. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, we do have lots of regional organizations which have good ties. We have similar systems, we have some similar legislative systems in some cases, and there is a lot to exchange experience about. The development of the sustainability of public administration is an important topic, and the initiative of our President, Mamali Rahman, the development of the HR policy and reforming the public administration system was first introduced in 2007. There was a decree about that. Tajikistan is a unitary and democratic state, and when we develop our state, when we develop national economy, social protection of the population, a lot has been done about that, and we had a lot of research and reports about it. Before the new year, a working group was set up in order to reform the concept of public administration development, and similar to our colleagues from Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan, we can also say that we were in the transition period, and the legal concession and market economy have proved to be working for our countries. And the reform of the public administration system also had good history. We have lots of experience, and in Tajikistan we have seen a lot with this regard. We had a separate state many centuries ago, and there was the government, there were authorities which were working successfully. We have experience of the state government. We had a civil war, we had this terrible times, but we've signed an agreement, the peace agreement, on the 27th of June 1997, and since that date, on the basis of that agreement, we are developing our state with regard to many areas. And the year 2020 was a successful one for us. We had parliamentary elections, we had presidential elections, and in the future we'll see continued flourishing and sustainable development of the economy in the Republic of Tajikistan. A lot has been done in many areas in 2020 for Tajikistan. Our years of independence of the Republic were the years when we were during the transition period. Around 6,000 automobile roads have been constructed during that period. Energy security is something that we worked a lot on. And we know that a lot of developed countries, European countries, as a result of pandemic are facing challenging situations, but Tajikistan is a developing country. We didn't have the quarantine during the pandemic. We did have the pandemic, but the situation was not too difficult here, and for just 2 months later than other countries of the world, we entered the pandemic. And right now we see the diminishing of the number of COVID cases. To sum up, I'd like to thank the organizers of this event one more time, and I hope that we will continue having very good relations with all of you. Some of the youth from our country are having a lot of communications with our neighbors. They use different means of communications, and they will use experience from our brothers and sisters, and we will continue developing our public administration and this state structure. We had really very fruitful cooperation. We thank our colleagues from Belarus, Kazakhstan, from Russia. We have mutual projects helping our students to enter universities in neighboring countries. There is also a bachelor exchange country. We had a meeting with the Uzbekistan embassy. We received a letter from the Uzbekistan Academy, our brother country, our neighbors, and I do hope that we will stay in touch and we will do everything we can to strengthen our relations, and I hope that our friends from Azerbaijan, Baku and other countries will start cooperation with them. In Turkmenistan, we will have more mutual projects. We invite everyone to visit Tajikistan to become our partners. And once again, thank you to RANEPA. I'd like to thank every organizer of this event, which was really a success, and I hope to see cooperation to continue in the future. Andrei Markovich, thank you very much. Abdul Khalid, thank you very much. And now I invite Arsen Bagdasarovich Lokyan to take the floor. He is the head of the Academy of Public Administration of Armenia. I've known him for a very long time and very happy to see you, although it's online. Dear colleagues, dear Andrei, dear participants of the Gaidar Forum, we see the crisis of ideas related to the theoretical issues on public administration. We have experience, and it's good that if we could review and study the experience of other countries in public administration. This will be furthering the education and science. The experience that we have in post-Soviet countries all is based on the mutual model that existed before. But after the collapse of the Soviet Union, each country is building its own model, and they have differences. In Armenia, during the first years of independence, there were reforms to create democratic institutions, reforms for starting a multi-party political system. Public Administration Academy of Armenia, during all its years of existence, has been playing an important role in training and retraining public officials, in creating new educational programs. This academy was opened in 1994, and it trained thousands of functionaries who work for the state, who work for corporations, who are doctors of science. In 1994, the mission of the academy was very clearly formulated. The mission was to prepare good functionaries, good specialists to work for the state, for municipalities, and for the government. Academy has been developed very rapidly. We develop and introduce innovation methods. We implement mutual educational programs. We have dual diploma systems with our partners. We have a MA program. We actively use remote studying. We do a lot for digitalization of education. We perform research to identify needs in training public administration specialists. We have lots of programs of retraining public officials using the remote technologies. We develop new geographical ties with our partners. We work with new regions and universities. We cooperate with Russian universities and academies, universities of Belarus, Moldova, Georgia, Lithuania, Latvia, France, Germany, China, Canada, Lebanon, Syria, and so on. We've created a system of humanitarian research with 3 laboratories and research centers. We have a research center for managing scientific studies. We have the Center of Regional Studies and the Laboratory for Psychology of Human Activity. In 2003, a scientific journal was launched, and we have lots of other projects. The Academy is a member of many international scientific organizations. We have studying materials, we have special programs which are proprietary. They help us to prepare specialists who are very experienced and have lots of areas of expertise. This will be the foundation for very good career for our alumni in different areas of life, including business and public administration. I tried to briefly overview the situation in our academy. And now I wish everyone to live in peace, and I wish everyone to be healthy. Thank you very much for your attention. Arsen Bagdasarovich, thank you very much. Moderator is usually the most difficult person, but I do have to remind you that we are outside of our time limits. Please finish your presentation in 4 minutes, as we've agreed in advance. And now I give the floor to Valery Borodenya, who is the first vice rector for the Academy of Public Administration under the President of Belarus. Yes, I've seen you for the last time 1 year ago. I agree, it's a pity that we can't meet in person. Dear colleagues, I'm very happy to welcome you at this session. That's great that we can see each other at the Gaidar Forum, and we have very important and wide and topical agenda that we discussed at this forum. And these issues that we discuss are important for Belarus. The topic of this session, our book, is a fundamental report which was very important. A lot of people participating in compiling it. It's really a very substantial research. It has some theoretical data, and it has practical information too. And I think that we see that this topic is very important for all the countries. Every country is looking for its own way, and we live in the world of constantly changing. There are new requirements for efficiency of public administration. Of course, everyone had to deal with COVID. It's something absolutely extraordinary, and it put a lot of stress on all our public administration systems. In Belarus, we are also improving our public administration system. We have a new law on public administration in the new version of it. And our academy has close relation towards this law, because the people who worked on compiling this book, they worked on the new version of the law as well. And I think that this law actually specified similar topics, similar to what you can find in the book. I would like to wish everyone, every participant of the Gaidar Forum, a very successful days, and I wish you all to be healthy. I wish you to have lots of new, interesting projects and initiatives. We are always open for cooperation. We would like to invite you to participate in projects of our Academy. On the 29th of January, we will celebrate the 30 years anniversary. We will hold our conference, and if you have something to say, if you want to participate, we will welcome you. I'm not absolutely sure everything will be as planned, but we will definitely hold the conference. And another comment, I'd like to thank every participant, those who worked on this book. For me, the publishing of this book, it's a symbol of our cooperation. 40 years ago, when I was at school, it was not thinkable that we won't live in one big country anymore. Thank you very much for invitation. We will definitely participate in your conference. I do hope we will see each other very soon within that conference. And now I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Balmundinov. If I'm not mistaken, you will participate together with your colleague, but please stay within the time limits. We are very sorry about the situation with Almazbek Akhmataliyev, but I spoke with him today through email. His health is fine. Dear rectors, dear vice rectors, everyone who is part of the CIS, I welcome you on behalf of Almazbek Akhmataliyev, the rector of the Academy of Public Administration under the President of Kyrgyzstan. Now we have to work remotely. And in these conditions, we show that we know how to cooperate. We cooperate remotely, and we have a possibility to show our strengths and weaknesses. We can exchange experiences. And I hope that every country will continue developing the economy. Now this challenging situation is faced by everyone. And after the end of it, we will reach the next level of development. The Academy of Public Administration of the Kyrgyz Republic is preparing people of the new caliber We've changed our materials, changed our educational programs, and now they are made in such a way that every specialist who finishes our academy will get digital skills.
Since 2020, the ex-president of the Kyrgyz Republic articulated this year as the year for development of the regions, digitalization of the country, and support of the youth. So, supporting the youth, we are training them, showing different skills for them to be able to work in various areas of state and municipal service and show their professionalism. And for this, we are creating conditions in a way that taking a job, every one of them gets specific improvement of qualification courses within the academy. And we think that the academy is offering a platform when they come to us and when they get the knowledge. They also get the skills and specific competences. And as you see, our country has gone through a specific period. On the 10th of December, we had the presidential election campaign. I think that the election campaign was quite successful. Experts showed the level of the arrangement of the event. And we hope that the new president, the newly elected president for our country, with his new program, with his new ideas, recommendations and proposals and plan for development of our country, we think that we will reach a level where our country shows very good results in any rating. That's why I wish that this platform that is created by the Academy of Public Administration of the Russian Federation will allow us to share experience, and we hope that in the future we will meet you face to face, not online, and we will see each other and talk to each other. So I'm very thankful to Andrei Markovich for this opportunity to speak today. I want every one of you to see the prospects of their strategies and the prospect of development of our academies in joint cooperation. I want every one of us to help each other and to be able to promote our academies and move forward and to continue cooperation on a different level. So traditionally, I mean, when we see each other, when we can shake hands. So wish you successes, stay healthy, and we hope to continue cooperate with all of you. So wish you successes. Thank you very much. I would like to ask Ms. Sennikova to say a couple of words. She is the leader of the School for Business, Arts and Technologies in Latvia. Please, you're welcome. We're happy to see you. Hello, dear colleagues. Hello, dear friends. Let's put it like this. I'm happy to be part of this discussion today and the project for drafting the book. When we were asked to participate, well, though we're not a university for public administration, but for us it was also a very interesting project indeed. So speaking about Latvia, Latvia is a country with small open economy. That's why its economic development is dependent on the global trends, and economic crisis and COVID impact Latvia very much. We are working in the lockdown period now. For us, it is the second lockdown. The first one happened in spring. The emergency was announced across the country. Nevertheless, all structures and bodies of the state administration, public administration, are operating in remote mode, and Zoom for us is now an integral part of our operations. If we are speaking about the reform of public management in Latvia, the basis is the whole legislative base of the first Latvian Republic of 1918 that was restored in 1991, and in 1995 the systemic process started for state reforms and the comprehensive reform for state management, and the basis for it was 7 main principles. Among those are the supremacy of law, the openness, just and respect towards all the citizens, and some other principles. So speaking about the three indices that were articulated for voting, the index for ease of business and human development and competitiveness, Latvia takes quite good positions. The 19th position from the point of view of ease of doing business, number 39 for the index of human development, and this allowed us to be part of a list of countries with very high level of personal development, and now we're number 41 in competitiveness index. Yes, of course, we have much work to do, and we are lagging behind a bit our neighboring countries, Estonia and Lithuania. But anyway, the process of state reforms is underway. It moves forward, and now we are executing the reform of for territories and administrative processes. We try to cut the number of municipalities and to balance the financing of the municipalities. We're also executing the reforms for healthcare and education. So the process of reforms is still underway. And apart from that, the key points in state reforms are constant analysis and efficiency of processes of management, reducing the red tape, bureaucracy, and administrative time for responding and tackling issues. So when people is the key, human-centered approach towards state management is a priority for us. Centralization of all processes of state management, public management, and digital transformation of all areas of our operations related to the state management. As I already said, we are happy to cooperate. We're open for cooperation. All processes go in line with the requirements and the standards of the European Union. We are analyzed by OECD, but nevertheless, we look not only to the west but to the east. We do not forget where we're coming from, who our neighbors are, and we're ready to share experience. We're ready to share our experience and exchange experience. We are happy to learn from you and offer our experience, and we are happy to see you both online and offline, and we'll be happy to visit you, and we invite you to visit us. Now I'm speaking to you from Jurmala, and I'm working from home. That's why we will be happy to see you in our country as well. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Aurel Simbatyanu, Pro-Rector of the Academy of Public Administration of the Republic of Moldova, is the last to speak, and then we will go to the conclusions. Well, I do not have time to speak about the results of the voting. We will send it to you. We will send the comments. Unfortunately, we're a bit behind our agenda. Aurel, please, you're welcome. Thank you very much, Andrei Markovich, esteemed colleagues and participants of the forum. In Moldova today, it is a very warm and sunny day, not a winter day, and that's why I am sending you very good mood from Moldova. So, understanding we're pressed of time, I would like to touch upon a couple of points according to the agenda of our session. So, general and specific points in public management system of our countries. First of all, I would like to stress the importance of publishing the book on public management of the post-Soviet countries. Through this project, we have informed each other about the work that we've done over the 30 years and about what we've achieved in public management and the key challenges and problems, because they still exist in our republic and in other countries. And we've laid the basis for further events related to 30th anniversary of independence of our countries. Of course, among our countries, there are a lot of common things, and other colleagues have already mentioned that. First of all, I'm speaking about the selection of the democratic model for public management based on principles of separating and cooperation of branches of power, political pluralism, supremacy of law, and market relations, and also tackling the problems of the civil society in all its formats. Of course, there are some specific specificities in all countries. And this is very good, I think, because the diversity in manifestation of the principles I mentioned is a very good catalyst, driver of public development in general, society development and public management development. As for the Republic of Moldova, I should say that the evolution of state management over the period of time, this period of time, was underway with the focus on close cooperation with the European offices. In July 1995, Moldova became member of the Council of Europe, and that ensured the faster democratization of the public life. In May 1996, the Republic of Moldova signed the European Charter of the local self-management, and that led to rethinking and revisiting the role of local authorities in the national system of public management. We started focusing on decentralization and the local autonomy. So in February 2005, the action plan was signed between the Republic of Moldova and the European Union, and a number of measures were taken for improvement of the state management. And in July 2014, the agreement on the association of the Republic of Moldova with the European Union was signed, and this is a unique document. It contains a section devoted to reform of public management, implying specific measures and steps to be made in public administration especially. I'm not going to delve into details now since we're pressed of time, but I would like to inform you, esteemed colleagues and all participants of the forum, on the following. Its contribution into evolution of national systems of public management is also done by the Academy of Public Administration of Moldova. In May this year, we will celebrate 28th anniversary from the day of opening the institution. Of course, its specific functions, preparation of management specialists, 2-year programs for master's degree and scientific research in public management and administration, and development of recommendations in various areas of managerial activities. A large share is taken by courses of continuous professional development for state officials of various levels, both central and local level of administration. And of course, we are very much concerned and serious about methodological support to various authorities. We publish documents and guidelines for various levels of administration. So through the efforts of central and local authorities, with active participation of the Academy, the system of state administration of the Republic of Moldova is being reformed with a trend for modernization. Dear colleagues, we are ready to cooperate on mutually beneficial conditions with all specific academies of the countries, ex-Soviet countries, in all areas of our competences, both in preparation of talents and specialists and in research activities, and also in continuous trainings for state officials. We will be happy to cooperate with you. Thank you very much. Harold Dmitrovich, thank you very much. Esteemed colleagues, I would like to say thank you very much for your participation in our today's discussion. Rephrasing what Mayakovsky said, I praise the discussion that we are having today, but I praise it more, the discussions that we will have in the future. We will, of course, share our opinion on development of public administration systems without such a strict agenda, I think, in the future, definitely. Congratulations to the publishing of this book. Wish you health. Please stay safe. See you next time in our academy and in all our partner academies as well. We'll be happy to see you again. Thank you very much and wish you the best.
изменились ли мы? Стали другими или остались собой? Принимая время, место, обстоятельства. Главное не остановиться сегодня, чтобы стать сильнее завтра. И знать, мы вместе. И это все меняет. Ваш Газпромбанк.
В звуке или в тексте, ушами или глазами, но всегда мозгами. Только по делу. Главное в политике, главное в бизнесе, главное о личных деньгах. Со скоростью звука, со скоростью света. Услышать и увидеть. Один бренд, два адреса. Бизнес FM и bfm.ru. Не на словах, а на деле.
В Российской академии народного хозяйства и государственной службы при президенте Российской Федерации проходит Гайдаровский форум, который в начале года традиционно задает вектор общественной и научной дискуссии. Здесь собираются известные эксперты, представители органов власти, общественные и политические деятели, предприниматели из разных стран мира. Гайдаровский форум открывает обсуждение деловой повестки на ближайший год. Для гостей из-за рубежа форум выступает важным источником информации о главных тенденциях социально-экономического и политического развития, состоянии бизнес-среды и инвестиционного климата России. В ходе открытых и плодотворных дискуссий участники форума смогут обменяться положительным опытом и лучшими мировыми практиками, предложить конструктивные подходы к решению приоритетных ключевых задач, стоящих перед Россией и миром на старте нового года, нового десятилетия. Ключевая тема форума этого года – «Россия и мир после пандемии». Какие уроки мы извлекли с 2020 года, что нас ждет после пандемии и как мы можем подготовиться к этим изменениям? Станет ли дистанционная занятость будущей моделью рынка труда? Как ограничения и принятые в условиях пандемии законы повлияют на права и свободы граждан? кто является реальным бенефициаром пандемии в долгосрочной перспективе, а также глобальные вызовы десятилетия и национальные приоритеты России. Эти и многие другие вопросы будут обсуждаться экспертами форума. Смотрите прямые трансляции 14 и 15 января. Россия и мир после пандемии. Гайдаровский форум. Не пропустите.
весны 2017 года полномочия и функции по подготовке предложений по выработке государственной политики и нормативно-правовому регулированию системы закупок перешли в Министерство финансов Российской Федерации. За короткий период времени в сфере контрактной системы была проделана колоссальная работа по упрощению закупочных процедур и оптимизации системы закупок в Российской Федерации. Сегодня мы говорим о мире закупок до и после локдауна. Именно с теми, кто помогал выстоять и не побоялся действовать и предлагать решения в то время, когда весь мир замер в ожидании и неопределенности. А именно, с директором Департамента бюджетной политики в сфере контрактной системы. С весны 2017 года полномочия и функции по подготовке предложений по выработке государственной политики и нормативно-правовому регулированию системы закупок перешли в Министерство финансов Российской Федерации. За короткий период времени в сфере контрактной системы была проделана колоссальная работа по упрощению закупочных процедур и оптимизации системы закупок в Российской Федерации. Сегодня мы говорим о мире закупок до и после локдауна. Именно с теми, кто помогал выстоять и не побоялся действовать и предлагать решения в то время, когда весь мир замер в ожидании и неопределенности. А именно, с директором Департамента бюджетной политики в сфере контрактной системы Министерства финансов Российской Федерации Татьяной Павловной Демидовой. Здравствуйте.
Добрый день.
Татьяна Павловна, скажите, пожалуйста, какие сложности возникали в период локдауна с точки зрения правовой сферы и какие решения, как удалось это решить?
Безусловно, законодательство в сфере закупок, как и любая другая сфера, была у нас не готова к наступлению такой непредвиденной ситуации и требовала экстренного принятия мер. Частично, безусловно, более мягкую, более комфортную реакцию законодательства на происходящие экономические процессы повлияла принятые год назад изменения в рамках 44-го закона, которые сократили срок размещения информации о планируемой закупке в плане графика с 10 до 1 рабочего дня, что позволило в сфере произошедших смен приоритетов по направлению закупки, по целям, по задачам, быстро переориентировать свою плановую закупочную деятельность. Но этого было недостаточно. Если вспомнить, что происходило весной этого года, то, безусловно, весной этого года у нас начались с неожиданных нерабочих дней. Такой формулировка «нерабочие дни» не предусматривалась в рамках 44-го закона и требовала также быстрой реакции законодательной, потому как нерабочие дни достаточно длительный срок у нас проходили. И подвисали вопросы как с проведением процедур, так у нас возникали вопросы непосредственно с исполнением контракта, что же делать, в какие сроки, что делать комиссиям, которые уже начали рассматривать соответствующие заявки, поступившие на закупки. В связи с чем правительством Российской Федерации очень оперативно было принято постановление, устанавливающее особенности осуществления соответствующих закупок на соответствующий период. Было предусмотрена возможность исчислять сроки не только в рабочих днях, но и в новых нерабочих днях. Появилась возможность проводить рассмотрение заявок комиссионно в дистанционном режиме, что требовало, безусловно, с целью соблюдения мер профилактики по недопущению распространения коронавирусной инфекции. И позволило еще оперативно проводить процедуры и приносить сроки проводимых аукционов операторов электронной площадки, так и электронных конкурсов. Данные меры, безусловно, на тот период были достаточны, позволили быстро, оперативно, соответственно, осуществить переориентирование, соответственно, по закупочным процедурам и, соответственно, завершить начатые процедуры. Но все не так просто, как кажется, потому что кроме тех процедур, которые находились в активном режиме, у нас еще есть процедуры, которые потребовали принятия экстренных мер, потому что необходимость возникла в приобретении тех товаров, той продукции, которая, несмотря на то, что не возникла в настоящее время или на момент принятия решения чрезвычайной ситуации, но мы, скажем так, были на грани, и нужно было как раз принять меры для того, чтобы не допустить возникновения такой вот чрезвычайной ситуации. Что сделал законодатель? Правительство Российской Федерации достаточно оперативно и быстро был подготовлен комплексный законопроект, впоследствии который был принят и получил свой номер 98 ФЗ. Можно сказать, чрезвычайный закон о чрезвычайных ситуациях. Это очень большой комплексный законопроект, затрагивающий несколько законов, И, безусловно, затронул он положение нашего 44-го закона о контрактной системе, который также позволил оперативно изменить правовое регулирование закупок товаров, работ, услуг для целей ликвидации, предотвращения чрезвычайных ситуаций. Если в предыдущей редакции для того, чтобы осуществить закупки с целью ликвидации ЧС, необходимо провести было предотбор, провести такие, как, скажем так, спецзапрос котировок для этой цели, сформировать соответственно, потенциальных участников. При наступлении чрезвычайной ситуации нужно было запрашивать соответствующую информацию у компании, в том числе ценовую, кто что по какой цене он мог, соответственно, приобрести. И только после этого осуществлять закупочную процедуру, что, безусловно, в целях ликвидации и тем более недопущения чрезвычайной ситуации требовало значительных временных потерь и, как следствие, могло привести уже к достаточно плачевным ситуации. И каждый день, если кто-то наблюдал, я думаю, что большая часть народа, конечно, наблюдала ежедневно мониторинг данных показателей по количеству выявленных случаев заражений, каждый день был на счету. Поэтому законодательно данная процедура предотбора была законодательно исключена и предоставлена возможность заказчикам оперативно в рамках пункта 9 части 1 статьи 93 Федерального закона самостоятельно заключать контракты на закупку товаров, работ, услуг, как для, еще раз обращу внимание, не только ликвидации ЧС, но и для предупреждения чрезвычайной ситуации, для предупреждения аварии и для оказания гуманитарной помощи. Тем самым, соответственно, процедура закупки для экстренных случаев значительно упростилась, ускорилась и позволила заказчикам на фоне уже имеющихся поправок в части планирования также оперативно уже осуществить закупку тех товаров, работ, услуг, которые требовались в первую очередь с целью применения и использования, соответственно, средств индивидуальной защиты. Кроме этого, законодатель также не мог оставить без внимания случаи, связанные с тем, что во время локдауна у нас была приостановка сроков исполнения контрактов. С чем это было связано? Потому что было ограничение по ряду регионов передвижения и рабочих вообще дней, возможность выполнять, соответственно, работы, оказывать услуги, поставлять товары. И данным же законом 98 было предусмотрено право сторон по соглашению сторон продлевать условия исполнения контракта
prolongate agreements and contracts for the term necessary in order to perform all the obligations that were stipulated in the contract. So, in a gist, that is the set of measures that was implemented. After that, we've seen another law adopted, FZ 124. It also related to purchases, and the overall set of measures that was implemented by the government and by the State Duma included financial measures and, of course, that influenced the financial situation. Considering the difficult financial circumstances of companies, was taken into consideration, and it was allowed for the companies to provide a smaller collateral. It was established at the level of 10%, not 30%. There was also provided a possibility to set the amount of collateral. It could be done by the contractor. The right of the client under this situation, they could run a simplified procedure. The decrease of the financial burden provided us an opportunity to perform under such drastic circumstances and nevertheless realize its main functions. Thank you very much. Tatiana, how do you assess the measures implemented? Do you think that the public purchase system performed well under the circumstances of COVID? Well, certainly. Statistics is stubborn.
I think figures say a lot in this case. Our organization analyzed all the figures and evaluated the situation, forming the report on our performance. Right now, we are finalizing the reports, and we've collected information from the executive bodies, from the regulators. We collect a lot of information from the Treasury. And even though we see a small decrease of the procedures that are run in terms of tenders, even though we see the decreasing number of purchases that are effectuated, we nevertheless see the growth in terms of the participants taking part in tenders. So I think that simplification of our procedures actually boosted the development of the state purchase system. Losing the share of its market and the need to implement the simplified procedure actually influenced very well on the state purchase market, because it allows the companies to use this opportunity and to obtain public purchase contracts, obtaining in this case a stable financial source. The state bodies, at the same time, they actually had to perform all the other functions that they had, and they had to, at the same time, combat with the consequences of the pandemic. They had their targets, their goals, and among these targets and goals were purchase procedures that had to be performed. In general, we may state that these procedures and their implementation was successful. The budget that was planned for was implemented. As the measures that had to be taken were taken, the procedures were run. The Ministry of Finance was to form their new plans. Could you please share with us what are these plans? Well, of course, the Ministry of Finance had to take emergency measures, and these measures had to be immediate. But at the same time, back in 2017, the Ministry of Finance took a decision to reform the state purchase system. We had a whole section of our budget that was allocated to reform the system of state purchasing. According to the decree passed by our government, the Ministry of Finance prepared a set of draft laws. These draft laws were dedicated to the optimization, and they covered the whole range of purchase procedures. All these procedures had to be switched to the digital format. That's what we did. And while doing that, we saw that the global reformatting has to be performed. In terms of our global project, the main target is to perform the automation of all the
purchase procedures. Automation, and switching to digital format proved to be very effective in the situation of the pandemic, and that allowed us to reduce the negative consequences of the pandemic. Considering the measures that were taken this year, the optimization project is, we can state, a big project on optimization. We've automated the process of forming the contract. The interaction between the parties is automated, and all that allows us to monitor and trace money of movement. It also provides for preventive measures against crimes and violations of financial rules. Exhaustive procedures are being removed, and we've removed those procedures that are either being not useful or are being exhaustive. We reduce the number of these procedures, we simplify the overall purchase procedure, and all that results in better satisfaction of state clients and state customers. We also see the overall changes in the state purchase industry, and that calls for a change in the legislation that is supporting these processes. We need to provide the necessary legislation for the purchase procedures. All the draft laws are published on the website of the Ministry of Finance of the Russian Federation, and throughout this year we were agreeing these draft laws with all the interested bodies. I can assure you that the scale of this work is unprecedented. We have been running the reconciliation procedures with 30 state bodies. We are sure that 2021 will see the adoption of this law, and during this year we will switch to the automated, simplified and optimized mode of public purchasing procedures. In fact, we are going to issue an instruction, a guide of performing automated actions. The client should be, the interface has to be client-friendly, and it should facilitate a quick switch to new simplified rules. So I think that adoption of this draft law will result in the overall procedure becoming more attractive to the participants, and it will also help us to run all these procedures with fewer violations and fewer errors. As I already said, the financial burden of these mechanisms is significant. We see that more and more financial tools are becoming available for small businesses. We are trying to decrease the financial burden for these actors. As to big projects, I think that in this context, this draft law will be interesting because the guarantees that will be issued by Economic Bank will become available for players. So I think that this new draft law is very interesting. It will be very useful, and throughout the year we will have time to study the draft law, and we will have time to organize the soft and smooth switch to the new
set of procedures. Okay, thank you very much. We'll be waiting for these amendments being adopted and this law being adopted. Thank you very much.
В этом году исполняется 7 лет, как вступил в силу 44-й.
Yeah, will mark the 7th anniversary of the contract system law. It provides for the unified integration.
Является системой анализа и контроля достоверности данных в сферах 44-го.
This system helps us to provide for the operation of the public purchase systems. Our system is one of the biggest in the world from the point of view of the code that has been developed for this system, and this system is now supervised by the Federal Treasury. Right now we are going to talk to Anna Katamadze, Deputy of the Head of the Federal Treasury. What do you think about the year that ran to an end? Was it a good one? Anna. This year hasn't been an easy one for us, just as for everyone. We are running a lot of procedures, and of course the functionality and the operation of the system depends on people. We, same as everyone else, switched to working remotely, at least partially, and now drawing a line under the results of this year. We can say that we have implemented almost all the plans that we had. Could you please share with us the results? Yes. We had several sets of tasks, legal tasks, technological tasks, and organizational tasks. As to legal and law drafting tasks, we are taking part in drafting new laws that concern public purchases. We are taking part in this process every year. We closely collaborated with the Ministry of Finance. We tried to help them out. So a number of ideas that were developed jointly by the Ministry of Finance and the State Treasury made it to the new draft law. As to the work that we performed throughout the current year, we have integrated our procedures to the center of data processing. We are processing several million transactions. We are processing a lot of inquiries and entries. We are working with huge volumes, several terabytes. We need to analyze and store all the volumes of all the data. It was not an easy task to organize the migration of the old database to the new platform. We had to prepare this transition for 18 months, and in August we performed this transition. That was one of the most difficult projects for the Federal Treasury. Today, approximately 270,000 users downloaded the application of our service. And as a result, we made it to top 50 applications in our country. We see that the users are actively using the application and we are fine-tuning it continuously. We think that, in general, one of our strategic directions of work is switching to signing documents in the electronic format. In order to do that, we need to act jointly together with the regulators on information security. This year we worked on several draft laws as well. Namely, we worked on Law 44 on switching from auctions to tenders. This procedure, the new procedure, differs a lot from the old one. In general, it reminds of regular tender, but the procedure that is being implemented is simplified. We provide for mechanisms that help us to avoid participants being penalized for the mistakes and errors they make. Even though we act in the situation of the pandemic, even though many time limits were not complied with, we nevertheless see that the competition and the number of parties competing within tenders grow. It means that all the efforts that were made by us, by the Ministry of Finance, by the Federal Antitrust Service, they were not in vain. The participants become more and more numerous, and it means that they trust the system and they trust that we will be treating them as a regular party to an agreement or a contract. This year we have switched purchasing medical drugs and medicines to the system that would be using the unified all-Russia register for medical drugs. The register includes various medicines, various medical drugs and products, and it helps us to make the procedures that we are using run smoother. It also helps us to analyze better the prices for similar medical drugs, and it helps us to control prices, to see whether prices are too high or too low. It means that the managerial decisions are being made in a more optimal and more fair way. It helps us to fine-tune the pricing system. Last year we have also implemented a set of measures that are supposed to optimize the public purchase system. This year we have formed the set of financial obligations that are stipulated in the contract. Financial obligations are actually obligations to pay. We have now introduced the part that makes a link from the contract obligations to the electronic documents, and it allows us to in fact switch to automatic payments in terms of public purchase contracts. That's what we plan to do in the future, but it is only implementable
provided we perform all the preparatory work in advance. We use analytical data. We are using the tools for purchasing Russian goods, and in order to do that, we first had to adjust legislation. So we first need to create the information that we will be further controlling. Right. Thank you very much for your answers. You have indeed performed a lot of work, but what are we going to see in 2021? Response. In 2021, what we'll see is, first of all, switching to using new procedures. They will be simpler, they will be more optimized. Next, we will implement the procedure for e-shop purchases, e-commerce purchases, and I think it will become a very good alternative to real purchases because it simplifies the procedure, and in this case the customer can purchase the goods right from the virtual shelf. We still need to fine-tune these procedures, but I think it has a great potential. We are trying to cover all the parts of the agreement. Termination of the agreements, changing of terms of the agreements, and so on. All the contracts will be available in the electronic format, and paper versions will remain in the past. It is the first time that we see that the law is trying to regulate all the processes of performing the contract. So we are going to completely switch from using paper documents to the electronic format. Now, electronic claims, all these procedures will also go to the e-format, and this new system will be able to perform all the necessary actions and checks electronically, and only if the examination of the situation gives the positive results, the decision will be made. We are also taking into consideration the usability and other important aspects. We want this format to be user-friendly for the customers, for the users. We are introducing the measures of additional control to avoid errors and mistakes on the part of the participants and users. Thank you very much. Anna, I know that apart from public purchases, you have new powers that you received this year. Indeed, the Federal Treasury received new powers from the government this year. We are going to manage the operations related to seized and confiscated property. We are working together with the Ministry of Finance, the Antitrust Service, and the Federal Treasury, and us, the Federal Treasury. All together, we are working on unified electronic procedures. We plan to boost the development of this system. We are going to act in a similar way to what we do in terms of public purchases. We want to manage properly municipal and federal property. All these goals will be implemented already in 2021. Thank you very much. Congratulations on that, and we'll wait for more results to come.
Система закупок Российской Федерации
The system of public purchase in the Russian Federation is used by all the bodies of the executive power, from the bottom level to the top level. 16 years ago, there was adopted a law on placing public purchase orders. Then the contract system law was passed. The antitrust service controls the rectification of violations of these laws. Today we are going to talk to the deputy head of the Federal Anti-Monopoly Service of the Russian Federation, Mikhail Yevraev. Mikhail, we know that right now you have 100% switched to the e-format of processing claims. How has it changed your work? And has it? Well, of course it has. Even 1 year ago, we already started implementing the electronic format, so people didn't have to come over from the Far East, from the Urals, to Moscow for claims above 1 billion rubles. So when the pandemic broke out, we were actually ready to switch into e-format because we already tested it. So we switched all the federal departments and we switched to these new procedures ourselves. It saves a lot, it saves time, effort and money. Everything goes quicker. But if people still want to visit us in person, we can order passes and it is still possible. But these cases are very rare. Everyone wants to do everything remotely. Are you receiving now more claims on services, goods and supplies? Well, in fact, the number of claims on Law 124 and 44, the number of claims remains the same, but the quality of claims is different. The situation was changed by COVID pandemic. And indeed, the situation called for quick measures and their immediate implementation. A lot of claims were related to medical services. But sometimes people were sending claims, those were about building roads or other processes that had no relation to COVID. We had to look at all these claims and we had to use the register of confirmed suppliers. So we had to see to every case. There were many cases when people tried to use the situation with COVID as an excuse of not performing their obligations under the contract. Mikhail, we have executive bodies of the Russian Federation constituents. How do you organize your cooperation? Well, you know, when we are trying to come up with unified rules, we are trying to unify these rules and procedures for everyone, not only for our service. So we meet with the regional bodies on a regular basis. We are using video conferencing systems, and we are not only meeting the executive power bodies, we are also meeting the suppliers, those who perform services under public purchase contracts. And these meetings they actually are very informative base to us and to people who work in the regions. I think today we have established quite good cooperation. We are working as one team. We are not dividing us to regulators and other participants. We are all working to make this one big system productive and highly performant. It means that we all need to act professionally and according to law. That's what we are trying to do. Thank you. Mikhail, I know that it's been several months or maybe even years that you are working on building the unified law enforcement practice for your authority. When are we going to see the results? Well, in fact, we already have the first results. This year, the Federal Anti-Monopoly Service have provided 20 explanations on the enforcement practices. We have dedicated a whole section of our website to these questions. So right now we have stopped. Right now we are not receiving so many letters and claims any longer. So these explanations indeed were very effective. We provided explanations as to what is the difference between the used goods and the provided goods, the supplied goods, because these goods, they have different set of characteristics. We answered the questions on the Act of the Government number 99 and many others. We tried to set out clear criteria that could help people to have a more clear vision of the situation. The first direction of our work is explaining the implementation of resolutions and measures taken, and the second direction of work is implementing the unified and integrated procedures. Sometimes, indeed, we see that bizarre decisions are being taken, but we are looking at every single situation and we are trying to come up with response measures. So I can say that we are very much satisfied with our work. As to the second strand of our work, which is related to unifying the legal base. Well, here we are very satisfied with the results as well. It is important to have a clear and optimized set of rules. We are coming up with a new package of rules, and I think that all the changes will be for the better. For example, we are going to get rid of the number of cycles in placing the order. The client had to run through several cycles to place the order. We are now going to have one cycle. Then we are going to use the e-auction system. We are going to reduce the time of this electronic auction from 19 hours to 4 hours. We need to take preventive measures to avoid illegal actions, and I think that this measure is one of them. Then we introduced the pre-qualification measures for companies that take part in tenders. If the company hasn't performed under a contract of 200 million values, it will not be able to send claims against the decisions of the clients. Right now we see that the situation has not reached a perfect balance, and we want to make the situation fairer. We hope that as a result of all these actions we will have a rating of companies. We already have made decisions and have taken the decisions to change these laws, and the law number 44 will be changed accordingly. All that will be reflected in the quality of contracts, in the number of contracts, and the companies will be acquiring an additional business asset, which is their reputation. These companies with these assets will have preferences. The companies that will have a high rating of business reputation will need smaller collateral, so we'll try to incentivize people to work in a fair way. We are working with our colleagues from the Ministry of Finance and the Federal Treasury, and I'm sure that we will achieve great results. Thank you very much. And on our side, thanks to your work, thanks to your novelties, we are sure to come up with new programs, because we will have to raise awareness among everyone. We need to tell all our citizens what will be the rules and procedures that will be used in 2021. Thank you very much for your work, and we wish you all the best in 2021. Thank you. One year ago, just as always, we were discussing the development of purchases, the relevant legislation, and the legal base that public purchases will be using in 2021. Today, we are talking to Olga Belaeva.
Скажите, пожалуйста, занимаясь законоподготовительной работой, как вы оцениваете
Alexandrovna, good afternoon. Working on laws, what is your assessment of the measures that were adopted? Yelena, I think that the measures taken are adequate to the situation. In 2021, we have seen a phenomenon that is unprecedented in the recent history. This pandemic called for increased preparedness. We never lived through such a situation, but at the same time, it is impossible to put on pause the view of the public on the situation, so we had to transform very quickly. It's interesting that right now the executive power bodies are talking about force majeures. We even have a letter that I'm mentioning this. This letter was signed by the Anti-Monopoly Service and the Americom. Yes, Yelena. As to this letter, as to the position of the federal executive bodies and the regional executive bodies, well, indeed, we've seen a lot of criticism. On one hand, the an executive body cannot turn a circumstance into force majeure. Indeed, some circumstances are unprecedented and we don't have any control over it. But public purchases cannot be reduced to the process of purchasing per se. There is a lot of preparation work. And here the position of the executive bodies will define the result of disputes. Olga, why wasn't it enough to switch the purchasing procedure to a different type of procedures? Well, we have to take into consideration all the stakeholders of the agreements. We reintroduce penalties and other measures. It makes the purchase agreements more stable and it helps us to avoid many risks. I hope that this process of adapting to this new unprecedented situation will help us to develop our public system, public legislation towards a more optimal system. Okay, thank you. What lies ahead in 2021? Well, it is not a secret there now. We are waiting for the second optimization amendments package. It will be adopted soon. And there is nothing very new there. We are going to fine-tune the system using these amendments. We are going to fine-tune the process of enforcing existing laws. So it is another stage of adapting our legislation, adjusting it to the situation, but not because of the pandemic, but because of new practices that are in place. Thank you. It's been more than 7 years that the contract law in Russian Federation is in place. We have established the process of e-commerce and it covers almost all the industries. Today we have interviews and we talk about the world of purchases before and after lockdown. Today we are going to talk to Vladimir Lishenkov. What differences do you observe on the RTS tender platform? Well, we know that the pandemic impacted all the industries and all the sectors. However, probably the public purchase industry was one of the most prepared sectors. I can cite the figures that are representative for our platform, and we can try and make conclusion on the basis of those. From the beginning of the last year, we haven't observed any decrease of activity. We see growth only. Public purchases are one of the drivers of the economy. The number of suppliers that are engaged in this sector grows. We can save time discussing, for example, Law 44 is one of the most popular subjects for discussion. Purchases depend a lot on the region where they are performed, the far north and other regions. Then we see a great spike of growth in activity that is regulated by Law 124. Maybe this year we will see the areas covered by these two laws being merged, but so far they are quite different. Last year we had a legal act that introduced new measures for the clients. Right now, we know that the tool allowing purchasing smaller volumes is being used increasingly. It is used in many industries, and in terms of statistics, I can say that comparing to 2019, small volume purchases grew by 60% comparing to 2019. And in terms of money, we see the growth by 50%. Why is this tool becoming more and more interesting? It provides transparency, and businesses like it. Now, some more figures. 72% of participants that perform those small volume purchases are the businesses that never used neither Law 44 nor Law 124. This procedure allows them to perform these purchases. I think that explains for this growth. We see a trend for simplifying the legal basis for purchases. We see the trend for switching to digital format. So the contracts are being switched to the digital format, and it is very important for businesses. It increases the trust on the side of the businesses to the state, to public bodies. And in case the supplier performs according to their obligations, the new contract guarantees the payment better. Another trend that we've observed last year is the increased demand for educational events and educational services. The number of events being held grew 4 times. These events are being organized for specific clients, for specific industries like construction or food supplying. In any way, we observe significant development, and it is interesting that we are not seeing the old players go. We only see the new players coming in. Working with the suppliers we've seen another positive result. For example, we, as a platform, on the regular basis, we hold in regions the events where we offer them our support in terms of preparing documents and in terms of other services and products. What are those services? One of them is smart search on contracts. Our services allow the suppliers to perform more effective searches through documents, looking into the subject of their search more specifically. Another key service that is in demand are financial tools. We were offering bank guarantees, and today factoring is growing in terms of demand. It's a good way to increase turnover in terms of implementing the contracts. But in general, we can state that the demand for financing is growing. Another thing that it's important to note, in terms of working with the suppliers, apart from positive factors, there is a number of negative consequences. For example, there are suppliers that are disrupting the work of the whole system. Sometimes we see that happening. There are suppliers that also act as clients. And for these situations, we try and investigate every case, and we try and ban the activity of fraud, because that's what it is. Right now, we also perform property purchases and property sales. The work that we've performed in the past, it has laid a solid foundation for our work in the future. These platforms are key to the development of the whole industry. Thank you very much. Okay, we'll leave and we'll see what 2021 has in store for us. We'll see how the platform will perform under the circumstances dictated by the system of public purchases. Thank you.
Продолжая экспертную дискуссию о мире закупок после локдауна, которая проходит в формате интервью с различными экспертами и участниками, у нас появилась возможность поговорить о том, как связаны закупки процессы и инвестиционная деятельность.
We would like to discuss the link between investments and purchases. We will talk to Oleg Melnikov, the Executive Vice President of Gazprom Bank. Good afternoon, Oleg. What control instruments does a bank have? Well, one of them is the bank contract, and that allows to control a public contract or an investment project. We perform the follow-up, and it is initiated by the parties purchasing under this contract. Banking follow-up system was initiated by state bodies, and it was first used for public purchase contracts. It uses several federal laws, including those on the defense, public purchases. And this format is now being used by the parties that are interested in controlling and organizing the follow-up for public purchase contracts. New technologies allow us to perform all these procedures in the digital format. Thank you very much. It all sounds very interesting. The product that you talked about, do you have an opinion of international experts on that? Yes, of course. I first myself thought that it's a purely Russian product, but it is not. In fact, it helps a lot the Russian companies that are implementing projects on the territory of other states, and foreign agents acting on the Russian territory are also using this project and product. We worked already with Belarus, Bulgaria, Serbia, Azerbaijan and Uzbekistan. So we are using this tool on the territories of other states, and it is actually implementable on a territory of any state, provided the legislation of this country allows for that. What do you think is the benefit of this process? Well, of course, there are lots of benefits, because the public purchase agreement is not terminated after the purchase is effectuated. It is important to provide for bank follow-up. It allows the purchaser to follow up the projects. The work starts with the tender stage and it ends with the completion of the contract. All these measures, they allow both to the client and to the purchaser to assess the implementation of the contract in the real-time mode online. Oleg, bank follow-up is a very interesting tool. There is a lot of room for improvement. What are your plans? Well, we plan to fine-tune existing services and come up with new ones. We have already run pilot projects, and these projects help us to assess business risks. It allows us to assess the financial performance of the contracts. It allows us to give ratings to the clients and to those acting under public purchase contracts, and it allows us to trace all the links of the chain from the producer through all the intermediaries till the end party. We can trace the implementation of the contract. We also came up with the mobile application allowing for bank follow-up and bank monitoring. We try to integrate this system with our electronic trade platform, because we want to have all the analytical tools that are related to performing the contract. Okay, thank you. What are the benefits of this tool for public purchase? Well, there are lots of benefits. First of all, you control the money you spend. Secondly, you provide for transparency, and you see all the money movement in terms of performing under the contract. You control the whole production chain and implementation of the budget. You also control all the co-performers under the contract. It's an additional tool that
that guarantees that the money will be paid to the actual executor of the works, and in general this tool allows us to provide for implementation of the contract. Thank you very much, and I cannot but ask about the bank guarantee. It is another effective tool in the contract system. From your point of view, from the point of view of the bank, what are the positive and negative sides of it? Well, the banking guarantee covers the risk of non-payment of the advance payment, and it provides for the guarantee period after the completion of works under the contract. However, today we see that the bank guarantee is not easily obtainable, and very often it is not easy to get money under the guarantee. It means that our corporate customers and our public clients, they require and they ask for bank follow-up in addition to bank guarantee. Thanks to bank follow-up, we provide for the targeted use of every ruble under the contract. We have the cases already when we see that overheads and costs on both sides, the client and the contractor, were reduced. I know that for more than 3 years, Gazprom Bank platform was accredited among 9 public platforms. This year hasn't been an easy one. From the point of view of fine-tuning your platform, did you have to perform much of it, much of fine-tuning? No, not at all. This electronic platform, it works independently, it works even without people, so the operations were running before lockdown, throughout the lockdown, and after the lockdown, and they will be running on and on. We closely cooperate with the regions. We work on developing the services that we already have. We run webinars, and before that we were running a lot of conferences to raise awareness on public purchases and bank services. This year, even in the situation of the lockdown, we have launched a project on digital model that combines logistics, purchase solutions, and bank follow-up. And in this way we create an ecosystem that a client can use in order to tailor the purchase contract to their needs. Oleg, thank you very much. I think whether we want it or not, we are in for a big project that we are going to do jointly. We have a platform, you have practical experience, so I think that in 2021 we can think together about a new educational program. Thank you very much.
изменились ли мы? Стали другими или остались собой? Принимая время, место, обстоятельства. Главное не остановиться сегодня, чтобы стать сильнее завтра. И знать, мы вместе. И это все меняет. Ваш Газпромбанк.
В звуке или в тексте, ушами или глазами, но всегда мозгами. Только по делу. Главное в политике, главное в бизнесе, главное лично в деньгах. Со скоростью звука, со скоростью света. Услышать и увидеть. Один бренд, два адреса. Бизнес FM и bfm.ru. Не на словах, а на деле.
В Российской академии народного хозяйства и государственной службы при президенте Российской Федерации проходит Гайдаровский форум, который в начале года традиционно задает вектор общественной и научной дискуссии. Здесь собираются известные эксперты, представители органов власти, общественные и политические деятели, предприниматели из разных стран мира. Гайдаровский форум открывает обсуждение деловой повестки на ближайший год. Для гостей из-за рубежа форум выступает важным источником информации о главных тенденциях социально-экономического и политического развития, состоянии бизнес-среды и инвестиционного климата России. В ходе открытых и плодотворных дискуссий участники форума смогут обменяться положительным опытом и лучшими мировыми практиками, предложить конструктивные подходы к решению приоритетных ключевых задач, стоящих перед Россией и миром на старте нового года, нового десятилетия. Ключевая тема форума этого года – «Россия и мир после пандемии». Какие уроки мы извлекли с 2020 года? Что нас ждет после пандемии и как мы можем подготовиться к этим изменениям? Станет ли дистанционная занятость будущей моделью рынка труда? Как ограничения и принятые в условиях пандемии законы повлияют на права и свободы граждан? кто является реальным бенефициаром пандемии в долгосрочной перспективе, а также глобальные вызовы десятилетия и национальные приоритеты России. Эти и многие другие вопросы будут обсуждаться экспертами форума. Смотрите прямые трансляции 14 и 15 января. Россия и мир после пандемии. Гайдаровский форум. Не пропустите.
Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги. Я рада
I'm
приветствовать
happy
вас.
to welcome you in our studio at Gaidar Forum, and today's session is called Sustainability of Healthcare Systems Facing the External Challenges. So, colleagues, this is a very interesting event. It is, the agenda is very busy, as it is usually the case in Gaidar Forum, but today this format is unusual. We have two people here in the studio, but I'm sure that there are a lot of viewers, those who cannot stay with us here in this venue, within the framework of Gaidar Forum. So I would like to introduce myself and my colleague. Today I will be moderating this session. My name is Aksionova Yelena, Director for Scientific and Research Institute for Organization of Healthcare and Medical Management. And my colleague today, one of the main speakers, is Panarina Irina, Director General of AstraZeneca for Russia and Eurasia. And also we will have two speakers in this session from United Kingdom and France, and they are online. I can see them on the screen now, and they will be working today with us in a remote format. So, dear colleagues, today we are going to speak about healthcare system. We all know that 2020 was a challenge for all of us, and we learned a lot of lessons from the pandemic, the new coronavirus infection, and today we can say that the system of healthcare, not only in Russia but across the world, has changed a lot. A lot of medical organizations were reformatted, and the schemes of routing of patients were changed, the treatment of patients and preparation of medical specialists. So it all impacts the sustainability and workability of the system of healthcare. We understand that the system of healthcare of 2021 is different from that of 2019, and we will never get back to that previous era. And now, having accumulated such large experience in quick changes introduced into the system of healthcare, we know where to go today. And today we're going to speak about the criteria, the KPIs that can help us assess the efficiency of the healthcare system of 2021. So, colleagues, I would like to say a couple of words about the research we carried out together with our international experts. Part of the team is here with us today in this venue, and some of them are with us in remote format. A couple of words about the research. It was initiated by the London Economics School mid-2020, and it was devoted to questions related to the sustainability facing the challenges and the reliability of system of healthcare. So one of the initiators will be the keynote speaker for this session, but in our research 7 countries participated. One of them is Russia. And within the framework of this session, we would like to discuss the following points. What can become the system of coordinates for assessment of healthcare system of today and tomorrow? What we understand by saying sustainable healthcare system? We need to articulate general terms that can help us to assess the system of healthcare in the future, understand what contribution it makes into health of people of our country and other countries in the world, and what the main characteristics are for sustainable healthcare systems in the world that we can articulate today and work alongside with them today. Now I'm giving the floor to our main keynote speaker, Alistair Maguire. He is representing the London Economic School, and within the framework of his presentation, he will offer us the term of sustainability that was articulated within the framework of our research. But this is not the whole team. Of course, London Economic School initiated the research, and the World Bank supported the project, and AstraZeneca, this prominent company with their huge experience in managing large projects across the world, they acted as far as I understand, as the financing party for the project, and also added some content into the development of a new system of coordinates for assessment of sustainability of healthcare systems. So the floor goes to Alistair. Alistair, you're online. Please, the floor is yours. I hope Alistair can hear me and is ready to show the main results of the international research we have conducted, and we'll talk about how we will use these results in the future. And I will also ask the main questions that might be of interest for our listeners today. So, sustainability of healthcare systems, is it different from one country to another? Alistair can answer this question definitely, having the information across our 7 countries. And can we create a general system of coordinates to measure the global sustainability of healthcare systems? Alistair, the floor is yours. Please, you're welcome.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you to the Gaidar Forum for the invitation to speak about our partnership, and to you, Elena Aksenova, for moderating this session. I'll talk a little bit about the partnership, as you'll hear in a moment. It's a partnership which was initiated by the LSE, the World Economic Forum, and AstraZeneca, but we're hoping to grow the partnership as we go forward. And although the partnership came about as a direct result of the COVID-19 pandemic, as you'll hear in a moment, we're using the pandemic as a catalyst to take a wider look at healthcare systems and to try to look at how healthcare systems can react and change policies globally to become more sustainable and resilient as systems providing care for the healthcare for the populations. So if I turn to your first question, Elena, does the concept of healthcare sustainability differ across different countries? Well, obviously the answer is going to be yes, that all healthcare systems are of course different, but interestingly they face fairly common problems. Many have aging populations, all have populations with increasing comorbidities and chronic healthcare as they age. There are workforce issues which are common across all countries' healthcare systems, funding issues, and even the use and diffusion uptake of new technologies are a common problem to all individual countries. But as the COVID pandemic has shown, healthcare systems can learn from each other. I mean, one of the great things which has come out of this pandemic, maybe the best lasting benefit, is that healthcare systems have cooperated widely to try to face the specific problems of the pandemic, and we'd hope that that cooperation will follow on into a consideration of healthcare systems as we move out of the pandemic. So whilst the problems are common, of course, the solutions may be specific to individual countries and may not be directly transferable, but I think the direction of travel in terms of providing solutions to healthcare systems to maintain sustainability and resilience can be at least indicated, and the general direction of travel can be indicated. So while sustainability will mean different things to different countries and to different continents, if we can build on robust evidence gathered at the healthcare system level, we can aid all countries to help improve their healthcare systems and better deliver healthcare for the populations. And that's indeed the aim of the partnership. The partnership itself, it was set up, as I said, that across the LSE and the World Economic Forum and AstraZeneca. It started in September 2020, just last year. And the idea was to consider both how to identify healthcare sustainability and resilience, and also to put in place some policy measures built upon evidence, research evidence, which would help sustain sustainability and resilience at the healthcare level. In fact, one of our first findings was that even the definitions of the concepts sustainability and resilience of healthcare were open to many different interpretations, and the use of the terms differed across different environments. So we've produced, as part of the work, an outline of what we think is a robust definition of sustainability, which relates to the long-term objectives of healthcare systems, and resilience, which are the short-term responses to shocks to healthcare systems, which we're going to build upon, and hopefully build upon this knowledge to provide ongoing research-based evidence to identify the policy changes that individual countries can look to help achieve the objectives of their own sustainability and resilience within their own countries. And that's really the idea behind the partnership, to help both maintain evidence on sustainability and resilience within the healthcare sector, but also get that evidence translated into policy so that healthcare systems within individual countries, but globally, learn off each other, but move forward together to create sustainable systems and resilient systems. And of course, we're one partnership. We're not the only people doing this. There is a lot of interest here. I think our partnership builds off the UN sustainability goals, one part of which is to deliver universal healthcare funding and financing for healthcare systems globally. And I think that the environment is correct just now, is right just now, to enable us to build off a number of different approaches and different partnerships, different policy issues going forward. So I think the timing's absolutely perfect. And as I say, we're just growing this partnership at this point. So within the pilot phase, and this really is a pilot phase for the partnership, which started in September 2020, and we hope to finish with some results coming through into the first quarter of 2021. And really, because it's the start and it is the pilot, we've chosen 8 countries across which to consider issues of sustainability and resilience at the healthcare sector level. These 8 countries are the UK, France, Germany, Poland, Russia itself, Vietnam, and we're using those as case studies to try to develop both the definitions of sustainability and resilience, but also within those definitions to try to build up different domains of sustainability and resilience, and that's what's on this slide just now. The pilot themes are based around the case studies, which build off these 5 pilot themes, and then going forward we hope to have themes developed in terms of trying to define domains as we move forward through this year as we grow the partnership, but also try to grow the research evidence that we're building off. So, for example, in the pilot phase, we've concentrated on issues of governance and leadership, and we hope that in reviewing evidence, we found that there's been a fairly narrow focus on efficiency. Essentially, up to date, it's been efficiency has been associated with cost savings, and we want to move that towards efficiency as associated with outcomes and outputs. So efficiency is not just about merely cutting inputs. We want to build our outputs and build our output delivery as part of the types of domains that we're focusing on, the governance and leadership issue. Of course, financing is going to be an issue. We're going to come out of this pandemic with huge problems with how to finance public sector debt, and public sector financing integrates into social care. But of course, integration requires with it some coordination. So you can't have integration without coordination, because then you just get blockages in the system. So if you move from primary care into referral to hospital care, you need to coordinate that better. And as you move from hospital care into social care, you don't want bed blocking. You need to integrate that better as well. Another common problem across the globe is the workforce problem. There's very little evidence that we've found which is specific to looking at what the mix of staffing should be within any healthcare system and within any level of the healthcare within that system. What's the optimal mix of the workforce in the health sector to deliver efficiently the best potential outcome to the population? We also think that there should be systematic evaluation, greater systematic evaluation of new technologies in the healthcare sector. New technologies account for anywhere between 10% and 30% of the growth in healthcare expenditure globally. So it's a very dynamic sector. It produces new technologies all the time, as we've seen with the COVID pandemic, but they have to be systematically evaluated within the context of replacing old technologies, obviously. And there should be more benchmarking and more information generally on the uptake and diffusion of new technologies across the globe. Obviously, we're concerned about service delivery as well as the last point on this pilot theme slide says. We want to improve service delivery by investing in particular in diagnostic techniques, I think, because whilst there are obvious problems with investing in treatments, there's growing issues in investing in diagnostic capabilities, and that's going to become increasingly important as we move towards genetic-based treatments, because obviously with genetic-based treatments, some individuals respond quicker than other individuals. So we need diagnostic investment to show us where the best response rates are going to be. And we're documenting all of these findings within a report which draws upon the case studies from the first 8 countries, with the intent to moving the partnership on in the forthcoming years to include more countries and include more people within the partnership. I'll come back to that in a moment. So the left-hand side of this slide tells you where we are in terms of developing the domains within the pilot themes, and the right-hand side of the slide gives you some indication of the domains that we're moving to in the second wave. We then have this timescale associated with the pilot phase in particular. As you can see, the timescale takes us to delivery of our results within this first quarter of the 2021, with the idea that we'll deliver some form of our results within the World Economic Forum Davos dialogues, and my colleague Bernard will talk more about that. Arnaud will talk more about that later. So we're well on track. We've kick-started the partnership. We've got interim results, I'd say. We've got case studies from 8 countries which show the feasibility of taking this partnership forward. And now we want to basically advertise the partnership. We want to say it is an inclusive partnership. We want to move to more inclusivity. We want to take the domains, and with the domains, your second question, as I remember it, Elena, was can we measure sustainability and resilience? Well, we think we can once we've got the domains, pick up on the measurement of both in a quantitative and a qualitative fashion the important characteristics of each domains, and that will allow us to then compare across countries in terms of achieving objectives of sustainability and resilience globally. So it's a very ambitious project. I think that we've come at it at the right time, as I said, and we want to encourage inclusivity. So please get in touch with us if you have any questions following this little introduction to our partnership, and we'd hope to include more funders, more researchers, and more policymakers to join the partnership so that the partnership itself can become more sustainable and resilient. Thank you very much.
Alistair, thank you very much for a very detailed, interesting report. And now you've confirmed my words. You've said that the main topic, that's partnership. Partnership at different levels of cooperation with clinical specialists, researchers, population within the fight against pandemic. We should join forces, shouldn't create additional barriers, not fight the pandemic individually. Alistair, thank you very much. And I would like to say to our audience that if you have questions, you can ask them. Ask questions through the chat. I will transfer them to our speakers who are online right now. Alistair said several words about the structure of this project and its first stage, and I'd also like to highlight the way we organize this research in Russia. Within Russia, we were working within the with our institute, but we also worked with institutes of the Ministry of Healthcare, Ministry of the Academy of Science, and some external experts from medical and pharma companies, because we wanted to make sure that this wide spectrum, which is supposed to be covered by this project, could be really dived into by different experts. Yes, we had 5 domains, so we collected data for all of them. We were assessing the contribution for each indicator, and as a result, we got a set of recommendations which allowed us to assess possible tools to influence the sustainability and efficiency of healthcare. After this, creating such recommendations, we selected country-specific cases which were either confirming or not confirming such recommendations. These cases were sent to our international team. They have done some analytical work, and then at the level of LSE, we've formed a pool of expert opinions which can assess the sustainability of healthcare, its sustainability in times of a crisis. In Russia, we plan to continue this research together with international experts. For us, we already set the horizon for this research in Russia, in Moscow, and we are going to look into similar issues related to assessing efficiency. Before, we thought that the system is efficient if it's comprehensive and if the level of medical services is high. But now we understand that we need to have wider number of metrics, and this is what we are going to work on in the future. Another important issue, when we're talking about sustainability, we also think about integration between different levels of research. We understand that we need to have barrier-free transition from the fundamental research level to the level of clinical research and the level of implementation of this new method in healthcare. And here it's critical to make sure that businesses and experts, medical experts, pharma experts take an active adult position, supporting research at initial stages and collaborating in this process when there is clinical approbation. And I would like to address Irina, because I think that AstraZeneca is the first company. Yes, we know that pharma companies, they are always competing with each other, but AstraZeneca managed to destroy this barrier very quickly. And as far as I know, at the level of the presidential administration, you've signed an agreement between AstraZeneca and the Oxford University. It was the mutually developed vaccine together with our Gamaleya Institute. So you agreed on the mutual clinical trials. And now I give the floor to Irina. Please tell us about the successful international case about related to corroboration for clinical trials. Elena, thank you very much. You were absolutely right saying that as of now, for sustainable healthcare system, we have to fight pandemic. Right now we're fighting pandemic, but tomorrow we will have to continue supporting the sustainability of healthcare system. For example, through maintaining high collective immunity, because it's possible that coronavirus is here to stay for a long time. Elena, you were also right saying that we are used to competitiveness between pharma companies. But during the pandemic, we realized we shouldn't compete with each other. We should compete with the virus, primarily. And it's also clear that patient is our focus. And here we're talking about the vaccine. And vaccination is the only right strategy for us if we want to find the virus. It's been a year since this all started. We understand that not always, unfortunately, patient is our center of attention. Very often when we're talking about vaccines, there are lots of political opinions, there are lots of interests which are not focused on the patient. We should cooperate, we should work together. If it's just one branch, it's very easy to break it. But if it's the whole pile of branches, you won't break them. That's why we decide to have a team together with the Gamaleya Institute, the Russian Fund of Direct Investments, and Air Farm company. And we decided to study the safety of AstraZeneca vaccines and Sputnik vaccine. Such teams, such combinations, they are really the future. Our project has started, our clinical trials have started, and you can find information about it on the website, about international website, clinicaltrials.gov. This program will include several countries. It's going to be a global one. More and more countries are interested in joining it. We will try to answer a question whether a combination of these vaccines can improve the efficiency of vaccination. We think that the effect is going to be positive, but of course we need trials to be sure. This is a new idea of the heterogeneous boosting. That's when a person receives one component with one vector or delivery method, and then as a booster dose you get another component injected. It's a vaccine with a different delivery method. And if we are able to, and we are actually sure that we will be able to demonstrate the high efficiency of a combination. We're talking about Sputnik V and AstraZeneca combination. In such a case, if there is high efficiency, this will be also a very important change for the healthcare system, because the healthcare systems will get more flexible when we are talking about immunization for population. Since the beginning of the pandemic, when companies started working on vaccines, when started producing them, different countries started very hectically signing contracts because they wanted to buy at least some vaccines. Because if you produce vaccines as much as possible to full capacity, there will not be enough in the world for collective immunity for all the countries. AstraZeneca and Sputnik, they are leaders by the number of contracts signed. For example, there are some countries where they have both vaccines, and if we do not know whether they could be combined, then it's gonna be very difficult because the doctors will have to remember who received which vaccines, because the confusion shouldn't be there, because there could be problems with availability. But if we realize that vaccines could be combined, besides it give additional efficiency, in such a case, we simplify the task for the doctors. We will create benefit for patients because it will be faster for them to finish all the stages of vaccination, and they will get the immunity faster, and eventually will improve efficiency of vaccination and revaccination throughout the world. The program which is underway now, it's really unique. It's a good example of cooperation between Russia, Russian government and AstraZeneca. This is just the first step. We are talking about the immunity research, but the next step could be a large-scale research related to the use of combination of vaccines. So, for example, we are talking about these two specific vaccines. And then we will be able to collect more data. But before we go into larger scale research, we need to answer main questions of efficiency and safety, and that's what we are going right now. We are trying to go faster according to requirements of our time, and we plan to start in February. Thank you very much. Now you have a joint research with Gamalei, and this is very important. Such collaborations, they improve our resilience in times of crisis because you could combine two vaccines. Besides, you create high sustainability of the healthcare system. I will be following your project very closely. Irina, thank you very much. Dear colleagues, I'm going to speed up a little bit because our time is running up, but we have another report from Arnaud Bernard, head of the Shaping the Future of Health and Healthcare platform from World Economic Forum. This is another major partner of our international research, one of the initiators of it. And as it was said by already, this year the results will be presented. And it's important to understand the role of World Economic Forum in developing and popularizing results of this research and creating the set of universal measures which will make healthcare systems more sustainable. Arnaud, when I was preparing for this session, I found information that Klaus Schwab is usually he says that the system of healthcare of the 21st century is critically different from the previous systems. In your view, is it so? Have you changed? Do we really see lots of changes in healthcare systems after the pandemic? And what could be done to transform global healthcare, making it more sustainable and not losing at the same time all the contacts that we've achieved before during the decades of our work? I don't know if you can hear us. You have the floor.
Thank you very, very much. I appreciate being part of that. Thank you for the Gaidar Forum, and happy to work with AstraZeneca and the London School of Economics on this important initiative. And to your question, I think absolutely the systems have to change. Everything we learned during the crisis has been about the good, the bad, and the ugly, of things that need to be maintained and things that need to be avoided. And I would like to start with the global level, where there are a number of reviews that are currently investigating how the governance systems for global health should evolve. I'm thinking about the independent panel on the response of WHO, or the review of international health regulations, just to name two of them, as well as the work that was initiated prior to the pandemics under the leadership of the Global Preparedness Monitoring Board. So the first point is governance when it comes to the global level. The second point is universal access and equity. And we've seen the dilemma of having access to PPEs, critical equipment, and now we're facing the challenge of vaccines. So we will need to make sure that when good instruments have been built during the crisis, and I'm thinking about COVAX, for instance, under the leadership of Gavi and CEPI, two institutions that were launched by the forum, by the way, we think that COVAX will need to be maintained in peacetime to provide for universal access to vaccines. And last but not least, there is the topic of the role of employers. I think employers have been facing significant challenges in the reinsuring of their employees when it comes to mental health matters, and how do you reopen your offices, do you do testing, and we see an emerging community of chief health officers that are going to have an extremely important role, but that's for the global level. And now we're talking about health systems at the national level. And what I think we will see emerge from the framework is that the best national health systems are rewarding outcome, and they pay for outcomes. That's what we call value-based healthcare. They are also very focused on prevention. I think a lot of the comorbidities we have seen happening during the crisis have led to increased fatality rates. So obviously, when you have people that are already sick in the first place, they are highly vulnerable to epidemics and pandemics. And that's very true for patients with cardiovascular disorders or diabetes, for instance. And then we've seen also good things that will need to be maintained, such as virtual care. How do we make sure that more can be done outside of the four walls of hospitals? Last but not least, use of technology. I think we can do quite a bit in the enabling of better healthcare workforces with technologies. And when we do all of that, and we in turn also protect the access to care for the patients that are not affected by the epidemics themselves, and we create a pathway for people to still access hospital, to be diagnosed for all the conditions, or be treated for cancers or other type of conditions that necessitate access to hospital, then obviously you have more resilient healthcare systems. But I don't want to jump to conclusions. We will have to see the framework. And when we see the framework and we launch the framework on the 25th of January in the virtual Davos event, I hope we can rally many more participants, like Ali was suggesting before, more companies, more countries. And with that in mind, we would create a global movement. And this is really what my ambition is for the project. Over to you.
Спасибо, Арно. Действительно, мы все в ожидании Давосского форума. Публично представить основные результаты
to publicly show the results of our international research and outline the perimeter of the next joint stage in this process. And closing this session, I think all participants would agree, and the speakers and the listeners, the subject of sustainability of healthcare is for the first time articulated articulated as an interdisciplinary term, and it does not only cover the resources, definition of resources of healthcare system, people, finance, medical equipment, but it also comprises of the attitude towards all these things among researchers, experts, professionals, and professors. So in this situation, we make the population a real partner in this process of assessment of healthcare systems. So the population is not just a consumer of medical services, but they become an expert. They stay with us together when assessing it. And of course, the responsibility of people is articulated for their own health, and this is very important. And the pandemic showed it very clearly. And from the point of view of the technologies, yes, today is high time when we think about the fact that the sustainability of healthcare systems that these systems can go through crisis in the most effective way if we find the pathway in how to bring the ideas of experts, how to bring them down to products and bring it into the clinical practice. Another trend that can be looked at when we are talking about sustainability of healthcare systems. And closing our session, I would like to say thank you very much to all the participants and invite everyone interested, scientific teams and companies in pharmaceutical area to join our research and offer their ideas for measures that can impact the sustainability of local and global systems of healthcare and will allow us to minimize the risks related to the spread of COVID-19 or any other new disease that we can actually face in the future. Thank you very much. Have a good evening and best of luck, and have fruitful Gaidar Forum.
изменились ли мы? Стали другими или остались собой? Принимая время, место, обстоятельства. Главное — не остановиться сегодня, чтобы стать сильнее завтра. И знать, мы вместе. И это все меняет. Ваш «Газпромбанк».
В звуке или в тексте, ушами или глазами, но всегда мозгами. Только по делу. Главное в политике, главное в бизнесе, главное о личных деньгах. Со скоростью звука, со скоростью света. Услышать и увидеть. Один бренд, два адреса. Бизнес.FM и bfm.ru. Не на словах, а на деле.
В Российской академии народного хозяйства и государственной службы при президенте Российской Федерации проходит Гайдаровский форум, который в начале года традиционно задает вектор общественной и научной дискуссии. Здесь собираются известные эксперты, представители органов власти, общественные и политические деятели, предприниматели из разных стран мира. Гайдаровский форум открывает обсуждение деловой повестки на ближайший год. Для гостей из-за рубежа форум выступает важным источником информации о главных тенденциях социально-экономического и политического развития, состоянии бизнес-среды и инвестиционного климата России. В ходе открытых и плодотворных дискуссий участники форума смогут обменяться положительным опытом и лучшими мировыми практиками, предложить конструктивные подходы к решению приоритетных ключевых задач, стоящих перед Россией и миром на старте нового года, нового десятилетия. Ключевая тема форума этого года – «Россия и мир после пандемии». Какие уроки мы извлекли с 2020 года? Что нас ждет после пандемии и как мы можем подготовиться к этим изменениям? Станет ли дистанционная занятость будущей моделью рынка труда? Как ограничения и принятые в условиях пандемии законы повлияют на права и свободы граждан? кто является реальным бенефициаром пандемии в долгосрочной перспективе, а также глобальные вызовы десятилетия и национальные приоритеты России. Эти и многие другие вопросы будут обсуждаться экспертами форума. Смотрите прямые трансляции 14 и 15 января. Россия и мир после пандемии. Гайдаровский форум. Не пропустите.
Good evening, dear colleagues. I would like to open our session. It will be expert dialogue. More accurate, I will perform interview with Professor Benitez. It will be dialogue about how to maintain serious citizen health and active longevity. We want to live longer, healthier life. Milestones in people's lives are shifting more and more. I mean, age of first childbirth, age of marriage, retirement age, mortality, etc. And the age criterion is blurring. The attitude to longevity is being revised. The older generation is already an economic asset, not a burden. If we're lucky enough, we too will become old. Russia, having entered the period of a demographic hole, is implementing programs for active aging. The main goal for us is a life expectancy of 78 years by 2030. The key question today is how to improve health care for senior citizens and to prolong longevity. Today we will discuss these questions with Professor Atanas Benitez. I would like with pleasure introduce Professor Benitez. He is Professor Benitez, full professor of internal medicine and geriatrics and chairman of geriatrics and clinical gerontology, senior researchers at the France National Institute of Health and Medical Research at the University of Nancy. Professor Benitez is the president of European Geriatric Medicine Society. Moreover, Professor Benitez is my friend, is our friend. We have been collaborated for a long time. I am grateful to you, Atanas, for agreement to participate in Gaidar Forum. I am happy that you found time in your tough schedule. I know that you have very tough schedule for this meeting. Thank you. And my first question is, what challenges does aging population in developed country face with? What is healthy longevity? What challenges do silver-aged people face on their way to active aging? Please.
First of all, thank you very much, Professor Kacheva, for this invitation, for this kind introduction as well. And of course, it's a pleasure to meet you again and all the group of geriatricians of Moscow. It's a real pleasure, and hopefully we'll be together really in few months. I hope so.
Yeah.
So this is your first question. Is very important because we know that life expectancy increases all over the world, and especially what happens in these years, these last 20 years, is that there is a very important increase in life expectancy after a certain age. For instance, after the age of 80, once arrived at that age in France, a man has in front of him 11 years to live after the age of 11 at mean. And the lady, she has 13 years to live at mean in front of her. So many of these women will live much more. So these are a very important increase in the population over 80. Presently, it's about 5 to 6% all over Europe. And in very few years, in 20 years, it will be 10%. So the question, of course, you ask me is, okay, we live longer. we have a great bigger life expectancy, longer life expectancy. But the question is, how many of these years will be disability free? How many of these years will be active years in order to get a profit of the society, of the family, and so on? So this is one of the big challenges of our societies. It's a challenge for us, physicians, but it's a challenge also for generally for the society. We have, let's say, globally, you can say that we have to assess the functionality of each person, and based on these assessments, to be able to offer proposals, to offer services, to offer medication sometimes, to offer more, let's say, friendly cities and friendly regions in order to live. So it's very, I think in the discussion we'll have these exchanges, but this population is very heterogeneous. So we have to assess the level, and of course, what we will offer, it's not the same for all people of advanced age.
Thank you. I absolutely agree with you, Professor Atanas. But what do you think about new term, successful aging? It's not only physical health, social financial stability. It's career, education, it's fashion, it's development. I think it's a new term for our future life. Yes. Thank you very much. And the second question is, today at the Gaidar Forum, many urgent economic issues are being discussed. So, from the point of view of economics, extending healthy life expectancy is getting more and more actual for all countries. Russia is not an exception and also set such a goal. How, in your opinion, we can shift the perception of the elderly from the burden to the asset? And how can we effectively use this asset to economic benefit? I know you are a doctor, you are not an economist, but maybe you will try to answer to this question.
Let me get the medical, let's say, perspective of that question, because of course it's a very complex and interesting question. And well, let's say first of all that longevity, it's what we want for us, it's what we want for your parents, for your, or loved ones around us. So this is also, we have to understand that this is a sign of the progress in social issues, in medical perspectives. It's the fruit, it's the result of all this progress, this longevity, and it's what we want, as I said, for us. So we are, we all like when our parents, for instance, are able to play with our kids, even with our grandchildren. When they can transmit their experience, say all these stories about their lives. This is a huge wealth. It's something that's very rich. So I would say I agree with you, because there is also the purely economical issues, but this is the product, the fruit of the progress is what we want, and this contact of the different generations is something extremely important. So for our societies, it's a source of wealth, and we have to appreciate that. So it's more than economical, let's say, profitability. But in addition to that, it's very important to say that, taking into account that there are some difficulties and some problems, because for sure, persons that are at advanced age, let's say, are less fit, most of them, than when they were much younger. Okay, so what does it mean? This means that in order to keep this very important thing, our societies have to adapt the social system, the economical system, the medical system, the architectural system, how the houses are built, really how the cities are constructed and organized. So this is very important. I could tell you something very personal. I really believe that the way in which a society takes care of the older, the most frail people is one of the stronger indicators of the level of civilization of this society. I think we have to point out this extremely important topic.
Thank you very much for your answer. It's a good point. I would like to underline one more aspect. Indeed, a number of economically active population among aged people is getting bigger. Purchasing power of aged population is increasing as well. It's important for economic as well, yes. And on the other hand, we need to connect different generations because of solid experience, knowledge, and of wise aged people is precious. It is very difficult to calculate in real figures. Yes, thank you very much.
If I can add just one thing from the data, the French data, if you take the population of over 80 and plus, two-thirds, 65 to 70% of these population, 80 and plus, are almost completely autonomous persons. I mean, they can go out, they can go, I mean, have an active life, they have contacts, they transmit their experience. Many of them give volunteer, work. So this is, of course, some of them need more help, more assistance, but this is also normal for our society to help and to assist those who are the most frail among them. But the majority remain still active, and the society has to give them the opportunity to profit, to get more profit from their experience and what they know. Thank you.
It's really transformed from burden to asset, yes. We can proceed to the third question. What is the role of the government in this process? What programs aid at ensuring and maintaining health among senior citizens are being implemented in developed countries? Are you familiar with the best practice, new approaches in this field?
Well, again, I will speak as a geriatrician because this is what I know more and not from the other points of view. But I already have said that the society has to, at the same time, give the opportunity to the most active persons to have this transmission to the younger generations, to have the possibility to have exchanges between generations, and they can really be and they are very profitable, let's say, to the society. And at the same time, the society, as I said, has to adapt its structures and provide possibilities and opportunities to these persons to have access to the services. And of course, again, it's very important. Yes, some of them will cost to the state, to the cities, but this is normal. Now, from the most, let's say, medical point of view, how the society, our governments, the politicians and all the structure of society can help that. It's from the medical point of view, let's say there are, I would say, three things. The first is to have a structured geriatric specialty. This is very important. And we need to have doctors, physicians that are really experts in geriatric medicine. The second important issue is to have to give some knowledge, basic knowledge of the geriatric concepts and practices to all health professionals. Because most of the health professionals have to manage and to care older people. So they have to have some basic knowledge, not only, of course, the geriatricians who have the experts. And the third the issue is, of course, to develop in each big hospital and in peripheral hospitals, mainly the big hospital, geriatric units. Geriatric unit means two things: beds with acute beds, rehabilitation, long-term care beds, but also mobile units in order to assist and to help the other specialties to take a better care of the older people with the geriatric problems. And there are many issues, especially in domains of cognition, orthogeriatrics, oncogeriatrics. This is very important issue, but generally we have to have these centers, geriatric centers in the hospitals, and the connection of these centers with the community, the general practitioners, the other specialties, the nurses. All this continuum is very important in order to create like a network to ensure the continuity and the globality of the geriatric approach.
Thank you. It's very important issue and good point, especially because geriatrics is relatively new sphere for our medicine, a relatively new field for our medicine, and now we are creating geriatric system, as you know, very intensively, 3 level of geriatric system and geriatric center as well, geriatric beds in the hospital and the geriatric office in outpatient clinic. We try to do this very intensively and using your experience, your knowledge. Thank you very much, because you take part in our educational program for a long time. Thank you very much. And what do you think about problem ageism? It's actual problem for France. What do you think?
You know, it's a term that first we have to explain. I like this term if I explain it like that. You identify someone according to his or her age, which, well, it's an information, this is good, but if you classify someone according to his age, especially I'm talking about the medical issues, you can make enormous mistakes. I give you an example. You're a geriatrician, you know, of course, that, but I will give an example for everybody here in this meeting. You may have 2 persons of, let's say, 83, 85 years old, same age, 2 men, let's say, the same gender, same type of diabetes, same severity of diabetes, okay? Same complications of the diabetes, let's say, all that. And you will say, okay, these are old people, so for old people I have one strategy, but for young people, a 78, I have another strategy. But you may have 2 persons of the same age with completely different functionality. So in that case, if you don't evaluate the functionality and did you make your judgment on the age alone, you may be completely wrong. And so this is one part of the ageism. The other part is to say all the older people, as you say, it's a kind of burden. So, well, we like them because they are here and we have to be gentle with them, but we will not provide the best medicine, we will not provide the best care, because anyway they will die. Well, one thing is sure, that we will all die. So this is the only thing that's sure, but the rest, I think it's not acceptable to use this kind of dogma and this kind of approach. So we try to take into account the age, because of course when they're older, we may have more problems. This is a probability, it's like that. But when we are doing a detailed analysis of each person, we can adapt our strategies, therapeutic, diagnostic, according to what can be the risk to benefit ratio of each strategy.
Thank you, good point. And we are going to the next question. Next question is, what are peculiarities of medical care specifically for the elderly?
Yeah, well, it's a little bit related to the previous answer. Well, let's say schematically, when you see a patient, let's say a young one, whatever, a patient, middle-aged patient, normally you see what's the problem and you try to find a solution. This is the basis of the medical approach. Okay, well, in the people, when we are getting older, and as I said, from the probability point of view, we have more problems and more loss of functionality and the autonomy and so on. In this case, you have to take into account, in addition to this first consideration, what is the problem to resolve, two other major issues. The one other issue, so it's which are the comorbidities and the other medications, because we are very often in a context of multimorbidity and multimedication. This is one. And the second is, what is the general functionality in terms of physical functionality, cognitive, depression, psychological function, and social also functionality.
It's more complex approach, yes? More complex, more wide.
We have to take into account all these three circles, okay, which have interconnections in order to choose these, the best solutions. Taking into account only the problem, let's say hypertension, let's say diabetes, let's say chronic pulmonary disease. If we don't take into account the two other circles, the two other parameters, we cannot manage, take really care and help medically the older people, especially the most frail among them.
And the next question, geriatrics. Again about geriatric, because it's very important, believe me, it's very important for us to raise this problem, this topic in our country. Geriatrics, like pediatrics, is a specialty requiring an interdisciplinary approach. Since the beginning of the implementation of the Demography National Project in Russia in 2018, we acutely feel the problem of interdisciplinary interaction and devote a lot of time to consensus and engaging different specialists. How do you solve this problem?
Well,
because we have Minister of Health, Minister of Social Protection on the federal level in every region, yes, and that's why it's very difficult to connect this different part of system.
Yeah, this is also true, in France. For instance, the most medical issues is directly the central government and the agency all around each region, whereas the social issues are more in an autonomous way, the regions or the departments. Anyway, but let's talk about interdisciplinarity in terms of our relationships with the other professionals. Well, let's start with let's say a principle. Interdisciplinarity is complicated sometimes for many reasons, but interdisciplinarity in the management of a geriatric patient is necessary. We cannot, let's say, do not do it. So we have to do everything and to do that. And what we are talking about interdisciplinarity is many things. It's one among physicians of different specialties. We have to work with the cardiologists, we have to work with orthopedists, we have to work with oncologists, and so on. Second, it's an interdisciplinarity among different professions. You cannot manage a patient and do this, what we call the continuity of the care, if you don't collaborate with the nurses that are in the networks in the city, with the GP, but also with the physiotherapist and also with the speech therapists and so on. It depends on what we need, okay, or oral health specialists and so on. So this, otherwise we cannot do. They need us, we need them. I mean, this is a connection. Many times the geriatrician may coordinate that. Some other times the general practitioner will coordinate that and the geriatrician comes as an expert. So, but for sure we need this kind of mixture of specialties. Otherwise, you know, if we try, let's say I work and you work in the hospital. Okay, we see a patient after a fall, after a stroke, I don't know. And we try during 10 days, 15 days to find to improve his or her health. And this person after that goes back to its environment. So if there is no continuity, if the physiotherapists in the city, if we don't work together with the nurse, the networks and all that, this person very few time after will have new problems and related to his previous situation, and we will go back to the, I mean, it's useless what we have done. So it is very important. And we have to find solutions. And also we have to be helped by the states, as you said, because they have to harmonize also the different structures that we deal with according to the problem and the situation. You're right. Complicated, but necessary.
Yes, thank you very much. Absolutely agree with you. And we have enough time for discussion. Very important geriatric problems as, for example, falls and fracture, dementia, vaccination. And next question is, we in Russia also try to take into account the opinion of each specialist and work out a common solution in geriatric team, for example. In particular, this topic is widely discussed within the framework of the so-called set of measures for the prevention of falls and fracture among elderly. Can you share your experience of developed country in implementing such program? How long did it take you to progress? I mean, time from fracture to operation, I mean, support and rehabilitation after operation, and coordination between orthopedic specialists and geriatrics and social care service and so on. It's very difficult to connect all this service together to decide to solve this problem. How you solve this problem?
How much time do I have for that answer? Yeah, I cannot answer all these questions, of course, in the few minutes we have. But let me tell you two approaches. One is the preventive, and I mean before the fracture happens.
Preventive, if very important.
And I think it's the most important action.
Yeah.
You know, let's say if we are talking about falls. The prevention has to be even to prevent falls, because we know if one person, especially after age 75, 80 or 85, starts having falls, one fall will lead to another fall for many reasons, because people develop also fear and they walk very, very little, very badly, they have gait problems, and they are more and more hesitating because they are afraid to fall again. And so there is a vicious circle. And if you start like that, and if you don't try to prevent very early that, most of the time it's very late. Even if there is no fracture, even from this process of fall, less walking, gait problems, and so on. So our first concern is how to detect early older people with gait problems and high risk of falls. One rule is even one fall, needs always investigations from a geriatric point of view. It may be simple problems sometimes, just the foot is not in a very good shape, let's say, or many other problems, so you will not develop now. It's huge, I mean, a big number, but we can detect that. We geriatricians. And we have to do that very early. We have very good tests for that. Okay? So this is the first step. Then sometimes happen the falls. We have someone who had a fall. We have after the acute phase, let's say there is no fracture, there is no trauma major and so on, we have to send him for a center to do some exercise to learn how to stabilize his, his view, how to stabilize his eyes, his gait and so on. And sometimes if we have major problems to do rehabilitation. Now, there is another issue, as you said, well, some people have fractures, many fractures. And so this is a very important domain also because, as I said before, we need to work so with the other professionals, I said physiotherapists, I said rehabilitation doctors, but also with orthopedists. And if someone, of course, after a fracture, it's an acute situation. We cannot say, we will do evaluations and we'll see later. So it's important to treat this person if there is indication of surgery, to treat him and or her very quickly.
Yes, of course.
Yes. So the patients arrive to the emergency room. In some centers, they have already a geriatrician in the emergency room. He will not delay the operation or whatever, but he knows that someone arrived, and right after the operation, many of the patients, after the acute post-operative period, very, very quickly they go to the geriatric department. Very quickly, because first of all, when we see the patient just before and we have some elements from his history, even before surgery, we can say we have more risk for delirium, we have more risk for malnutrition after that and so on. So we prepare, and he will come very early after surgery to our department to take care of all these problems in order not only to have a good result from the bone point of view, but the patient to be able to leave the hospital as soon as possible, because one day in the hospital, it's more than 5% loss of function every day. It's a tremendous problem. So we have to mobilize people, make them leave the hospital as soon as possible, and follow them up later with the connection with the community. So it's very complicated. And of course, the prevention is the base if we want to really improve things and avoid many, many falls and the consequences of falls and many fractures.
Thank you very much. And it's very important prevention of falls and fracture, treatment osteoporosis maybe, and urgent operation after fracture. Yes, patient with fracture. And I would like to discuss problem of vaccination, especially during COVID epidemic situation. I mean, not only vaccination, coronavirus vaccination, it's pneumonia vaccination and other variant of vaccination. What do you think about it? What examples you can show?
Well, today, by far the most, let's say, hot topic is the COVID-19 vaccination.
Yeah.
For sure. Let's say very briefly for the other vaccines, the flu and the pneumococcus, I really think that these are useful vaccines, and most of the people here in France, older people who are at high risk, most of these people have their vaccines. And well, it depends. Some years the vaccine is more efficacious than other years, and globally it's something that we know. But the big question now is about COVID-19, and you may know that these days, we started vaccination in France 10 days ago, previous Monday. So 10 days ago, we started vaccination. We started with the very old people. We started in the nursing homes, and the physicians and the other personnel, health personnel in this geriatric structure. So we got the vaccine, most of us, and I think that in the present situation, there is no other solution than to propose the vaccination. We have to be clear. First, this vaccine, we use the Pfizer vaccine, but I think there are several other vaccines that have shown similar results, very good results, and very, very few side effects. Of course, we don't know that for years because it's new, but the so far results are very positive. And in the present situation, especially in my region here, we are in the east part of France. We are, let's say, with the highest levels of the disease, with a lot of victims, mainly among the older people, but also middle-aged people, younger people as well, much less, but it's also important. So there is no other solution. And this is what I say to all people who hesitate. We have, of course, to respect for these very old people some counterindications. For instance, if there is an acute major inflammation, we have to postpone for a few days the vaccine. If someone got the disease, COVID disease, with symptoms the last 3 months, we have to postpone vaccination. But otherwise, and of course, if someone has an anaphylactic shock in the past, for other reasons, we have to avoid the vaccine. But all other persons, especially the most vulnerable, should get the vaccine. You know, it's very well tolerated. I got it 10 days ago. I feel great. And most of our patients in the hospital, especially in the long-term care and the rehabilitation departments, are vaccinated. We didn't have any major problem.
Yes.
So I don't know what's your experience in your country. I know that you started also.
We started vaccination some time ago as well, and in Moscow we started vaccination in nursing home as well, and now we vaccinated already approximately 9,000 residents of nursing home. It's a very important project for us now, and we will develop this process as you. But what about another form of vaccination? I mean, vaccination against, for example, pneumonia or another infection disease in previous time. What you experience? What problem did you have?
Well, you know, let's say for the flu is what we use most. The pneumonia also most of the reasons. So we don't have, let's say, we don't have important side effects. Clearly, yeah. The problem with especially the flu vaccine.
I mean, psychological resistance to this vaccination, anti-vaccination mood. I mean.
Yeah, yes. You know, in each country, I will tell you, in each society, there is a small part of the population that always think that there are extraterrestrial forces, or, you know, each one with his ideology and everything is bad due to the Americans, to the Chinese, to the Russians, to the people of the French. I don't know. So these are conspiracy people who say that all that is to sell drugs and so on, but it's a small part of the population, okay? And they will be always against everything. But the vaccines, it's true that there are also some very logical persons, and I respect them. I mean, a big number of persons that say, okay, but do we know if really these vaccines will not have problems later for me, or when we give vaccines in young persons, what will happen 5 years later? So there is a part of the population which is very good, I mean, okay persons, not like crazy guys, as I said, the small groups. And these persons are reluctant, are skeptical, and sometimes they say, I will not get vaccine. But in all people, this percentage is very small in France. Of course, I repeat, this percentage is higher of people that they say, but we don't, it's true, for COVID-19, we don't know what will be the result maybe in 1 year, whether there will be we don't know that. But we are responsible persons as physicians and health professionals. I mean, we have also our opinion. I mean, it's important also for the general public. And what I'm saying is that in the present situation, first of all the data we have so far, I insist, are really very good in very large populations. And from the studies and from the million of persons who got the vaccine so far during the last 5 weeks, around 5-6 weeks. Okay, so that's very good. So of course it's new. We don't know what will happen in 2 years, but we know globally that vaccination is the only solution. The eradication of all pandemics in the history of the humanity, not all, but most of the epidemics is due to the eradication is due to the vaccines.
Yes.
Let's be clear. So
absolutely.
This is why I'm saying, and even if for the flu, to go back to your question, some people say, yes, but I got the vaccine and I had the flu. Yes, because we know the vaccines against flu, they have to change every year because there are mutations. Yeah. So, and possibly in 1 year from now, we will have to get new vaccination against COVID, and maybe somehow different. But if we had the choice, and if the pandemic was not there, we could not get vaccination, but now we have no other choice. And I think it's a good choice.
What percent of elderly people were vaccinated? I mean, not coronavirus infection in France.
I can give you the first numbers I have from our region here. There are very few people that they are against and they didn't consent, because in order to get vaccination here, you have to give oral consent, and if you are not able due to your mental status, your cognitive status, or other, family or tutors have to give their consent. Otherwise, we don't vaccinate people. So it's not obligatory, it's not mandatory. What I can tell you from the numbers I have in our region is that the people or the families and so on who were against, it's not more than, it's less than 5%. It's very few. Some say I have to think a little bit more, give me some more time, but especially for their parents, the older people, they say yes, 95% they say yes, we agree. So at the beginning, I was afraid that we would have much more negative answers, and this is not the case. This is very good. This percentage is against vaccines will be higher if you ask a younger population themselves. It's for sure lower. I don't know. I don't have numbers. Maybe it will be 25-30% of people who will not agree to get vaccination. Maybe it's possible.
Because it's prevention not only infection disease, but cardiovascular events as well. Yes, stroke and myocardial infarction and so on. It's very important part of prevention.
You know that not only COVID, but we know that flu has long-term very important cardiovascular effects.
Yeah.
When there was big epidemic of flu in 1 year, there is an increase of cardiovascular morbidity and mortality. COVID-19 is worse because there are many people that have today the disease, they're getting better, and 3, 4, 6 months later, they develop myocarditis, occlusion of vein occlusions, thrombosis, peripheral vascular disease. So these are immune reactions, important. So we really have to take care, to be very careful and not consider this disease for the younger people just something, a very, very light flu. It's not the reality. Even if many people, young people, remain asymptomatic.
Thank you, Professor Benitas. We have to finish. I am grateful to you for your answer. It has been my pleasure talking to you. Thank you for sharing your experience with us. I want to express hope that we will continue to cooperate in the field of geriatrics. Thank you for your collaboration with us. It's very, very important for us. And really, we will transform aging from burden to economic asset, and we will be able to transform so-called silver tsunami to gold wave. Yes?
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to participate in this very important meeting.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening, dear colleague.
Thank you.
Thank you.